This is it! 8 teams remain. Only one can call themselves champions of the ATS Paradise Cup 2, sponsored by Team Evo. Welcome to the sportiest stream. Welcome to the Championship Sunday. Welcome to the end of the tournament. I hope you all are doing well. As mentioned, 8 teams remain, and the format itself gets simpler. Very few teams are left fighting. Only one team can call themselves the champions here tonight. We'll take a look at our bracket and the 8 teams that are playing in it. In the upper bracket, Guppies Snackers and Y2K, Midwest Mafia, Queue Up Mana. On the lower side, the Fellas taking on PTR and 35 Night versus Golden Hour Esports. 8 teams. After this round, we're gonna have 6. After the next, it's 4, then 2, then 1. And that is all. So it's a big tournament. A lot of people playing in this one. And a lot that these teams are going to rely on. Reminder, still crew battles format, but all matches today are best of 7. So the matches get longer. The situations get more intense. These teams get better. Again, there's 8 teams left. This is the time that these teams are going to want to be successful. And it's going to be a good match as well. On our stream here, we will have Queue Up Mana versus Midwest Mafia. But again, there are 3 other streams happening at the exact same time. CplMonkeyshines in the upper bracket. CplMonkeyshines with Guppies Snackers and Y2K. Fellas versus PTR will be on Karma stream. KAARMXA, of course. And then 35 Night Golden Hour Esports. That's on RedFalcon stream. RedFalconSS. Got a lot of good matches here, but again, our first match tonight, Queue Up Mana, part of the Queue Up Mana organization, their main team, taking on the main team out of Midwest Mafia. Midwest Mafia, an org that is very well known for the scene. In ATS, but Queue Up Mana, actually a relatively newer org. I think this is their first tournament as a team. First tournament as for this organization in ATS, so a very new position for them. They're gonna have an interesting time here with Yoko, Mega, and Kiwi. They've been tearing up the competition. I think they've snuck under a lot of people's radar. But yesterday, they definitely didn't, with a huge win in Game 5 against 35 Night to take themselves to this upper bracket. For Midwest Mafia, their group went as expected, with yesterday being them having to take down PTR to get to that top spot. So, Midwest Mafia, as expected, a top-tier team. Queue Up Mana with them. And again, a lot of really fun teams that we'll be seeing later today. Again, there's 8 teams remain. There's only going to be one that will win, and there's very few of them that are ever going to last all that long today. That's the fun part about this night, is that these teams have quite the run ahead of them. And as you saw for the bracket, it's the AFL hybrid bracket. So these teams, if they lose, do get to play again. If they win, they go to the semifinals, and they will get to advance to the top 4. And if you lose, you fall down to top. You fall down. You don't move anywhere. You go to that top 6, but then you are at risk of elimination against one of the teams that are playing in that top 8 section. So, the loser of this match specifically would play against the winner of 35 Night and Golden Hour Esports. So, very good match. Night is a 35 Night. Very, very good. Again, they did lose, however, to Queue Up Mana, so a chance for that rematch in the lower bracket. Again, if you want to see the Night's match, they're playing on RedFalcon stream. Again, all matches today are best of 7, meaning that, yeah, the format's a little different today. All first 5 games are the same, but Game 6 is a little different. Now that we have Game 6 is, again, these teams choose their game modes again. It's the same, it's just like Game 2. The loser of Game 5 chooses what to play in Game 6, and rosters can change. Teams also, now because it's Championship Sunday, also have tactical timeouts. So this is how you have to play. You have to be able to work with that. Tactical timeout's a whole new thing for this, not new for ATS, but definitely might be new for some of these top tier teams, because we don't run as many uncapped tournaments like this one. So again, a lot of really good players in here. And again, a $250 prize pool, as mentioned. $180 to first, $70 to second. And a big ask for a lot of these teams to go and win it. Yeah, this Midwest Mafia side, we've already seen a lot of players on this team, but that Midwest Mafia Black roster that is leading in the Apex Cup. Queue Up Mana, a roster that actually wouldn't be able to play on that. They're a bit too high rank, but it's still a really good roster that's been surprising a lot of people. The best of 7 series prediction poll is live, so get your votes in on who you think will take this one. Reminder that none of these teams are going to be eliminated tonight. Even if you lose, you go to the lower bracket, and you still get to fight for more. That's the benefit of being in this upper section. Again, a really important match here as CplMonkeyshines takes on Midwest Mafia. As again, we are going to get things up and running shortly here. There we go. We'll get things underway in just a moment. As again, best of 7s only for today. This is it. We start with 3v3 action in game 1, like usual. Let's get these teams in. They've been waiting for a little while. They want this match to go underway. The final day of the ATS Paradise Cup 2, sponsored by Team Evo, is here, is ready. A $250 prize pool up for grabs. Could one of these two teams be the one to win it? Here we go. The upper quarterfinals begin. CplMonkeyshines versus Midwest Mafia. And a best of 7. As I just noticed, the Midwest Mafia logo doesn't work well, but Kunjay comes in. The goal will start in favor of Midwest Mafia. Little deflection off the back wall, giving them perfect positioning to take over. And again, with so few teams remaining in this bracket, it's going to be quite important for a lot of these teams to get their wins as expected. As Kunjay looking for a second chance. Kiwi with the block and defend for CplMonkeyshines. They've been surprising a lot of people for a pretty good amount of time, so they're definitely going to be looking to bring the pressure here. Again, the French-Canadian-based organization. It's not the first time we've actually seen them on this stream. We've seen them a lot in the Rocket League Splash series, since they have a ton of teams in their Tsunami Cup. But again, this is a very high-level matchup. As someone is asking, what rank is this? It's uncapped, so basically everybody today is either rank B or up. We've got players who've hit RLCS level. We've got players, well, I won't say too much, but we've got, this tournament itself has hosted players from the lowest being High Diamond, the highest rank being obviously top 16 RLCS, so this is an uncapped tournament. Everybody today, though, playing today, though, is easily SSL and is around that rank B and up a level, so very, very good teams today. Again, it's crew battles, so things are going to be very interesting as Yoko nearly putting that one on, just shot right behind the last defender. As CplMonkeyshines trying to take control, flicked away by Typical. Mega. Moving it along, we'll find Kiwi waiting under this one. Flick over Kunjay! Stopped by Typical as Midwest Mafia do recover. Flicked away. CplMonkeyshines keeping that possession, and I love this methodical play from QUp. The problem is, they need a bit more of a sense of urgency on their offense. It just feels like they're trying to play way too calm. And that's not a usually thing that I dock teams for, but just not. They just need to have a little more sense of urgency. They need to bring pace into this. They need to bring something different. Right now, they're playing consistent, but today you gotta play excellent if you want to beat anybody in this bracket. Nonetheless, a team like Midwest Mafia, full of players who we're going to be seeing later in the Apex Cup as one of the leading teams in it. So, CplMonkeyshines, the pressure is on them to perform when it matters. As Kiwi, looking across for Mega, gets the bump, but the shot too weak. Kunjay will be there to answer. Yoko, midfield, V-Bell will send it away. Midwest Mafia right now, holding that 1-goal lead intact in the 3v3 game mode. As V-Bell, Mega, great first touch, gets past Kunjay. Typical, can't get it. It's wide open. Oh, Yoko missed it high. And CplMonkeyshines, that could have been their chance. Now it's clear the other way. Midwest Mafia will take this one back. A huge miss for Yoko. And you're not going to get many like that in a series like this. This Midwest Mafia team is known for their rotations. You're just not going to get that many open opportunities like that. Yoko has to be scoring those, even with no boost. It's a huge missed opportunity. And I don't think Midwest Mafia are too keen to let them have another shot at that net. Although CUP still searching as Mega gets this one down. Yoko, Kiwi waiting right there. Now the play past Kunjay. That first challenge won't succeed, but it does force the play to the corner. And Midwest Mafia are a lot happier there. Mega, V-Bell, Yoko finding Kiwi. CplMonkeyshines expeditiously through the midfield, but they just can't get far. It's typical. Second touch. Not gonna get much on that one as Kunje. Flick midfield. V-Bell. Kept up high. And queue up Mana. Trying to play for that pressure. Trying to play for that possession. Mega. High lob. Queue up. This is their chance. Left in front. But no shot there. They'll go again from the sidewall as Yoko. Dangerous back touch there because it goes, but it does go straight to Kiwi. Queue up, space to work with, flip reset. V-Bell quickly on that. Yoko now. Mega. Midwest Mafia not gonna get far! Mega fell on top of it! The game is tied. All over the place. No one really knew what was gonna happen there, but it's Mega, and it fell right in front of him. 51 seconds to go. Queue up Mana. Have tied this game up. And they're still not done. Yoko, back wall, V-Bell, whiffed on it! Kiwi's gonna take advantage! Rarely do you see a player like V-Bell miss there. As this keeps going, Mega. 50 this one away, Kiwi. Mega off the corner. Now it's Kiwi again, that's gonna go through! Queue up Mana, take a third one. And it is Queue up. By the end of this game, that is a big-time goal at a big-time moment. As queue up. Typical. Midwest Mafia just waiting on this more. But it won't matter. Game 1 will go to the Canadian organization here. They're still looking for one more goal, but it won't matter, and it won't happen. They don't care as much. Game 1 to queue up Mana. A great start here, and the surprise organization continuing to get wins here. Another question for Midwest Mafia. What game mode do they choose? 1v1 or 2v2? I doubt they're going to use their tactical timeouts, so I'm assuming they're going to hold on for that for later. Again, both teams have one of those, and they can use at any point in this series. The call is 1v1, so Midwest Mafia making the call here. 1v1 is their choice. The series, well, it's off to an incredible start. We now go to 1v1s. It's typical and Mega, so not too crazy, I think, to see that call as well. And we'll see how things go. Mega's already gonna get to a good start here, and queue up definitely not unhappy with the best with this goal here. Again, they're gonna look to see how Mega will play. And again, so far, 5 seconds in. And again, queue up. We need to play pretty safe here. Overall, they don't want to take too many risks. What a pinch! My goodness, Mega! I don't know if that was necessary. But why not go for a little Cookster pinch here in the 1v1? And again, for Midwest Mafia, who made this call, they might be regretting that decision, because in it goes. It's another from Mega. Queue up Mana. Having a lot of open space to work with. Still forgot, I gotta update that Midwest Mafia logo. We'll get it updated at some point this series. But the logo is completely black, so it doesn't work on my overlay very well. As typical, looking for some form of response. Minded, because Midwest Mafia chose 1v1s here, that guarantees that when we go to Game 4, that's a 2v2 matchup. As Mega trying to force that one through. You up though, not looking too perturbed. It will be typical. Give it a hook shot, maybe a chance to flick this down the field. Space to work with. Mega with the block. Midwest Mafia, the time to work with is typical. The back wall, double tap. Not on target, and while Mega's tripping himself in the front post, it's gonna fall in. What on earth happened there? Typical, able to leave this one in front. Mega. Oh, he accidentally Goomba stomped it. That's not a good time for that to happen. And, well, so far, a weird turn of events here as Mega hit his way through Typical, but Typical still has this one. Mega does recover. Midwest Mafia, and relying heavily on Typical. They made this 1v1 call, obviously more confident in this game mode than the 2v2 game mode, so you really think they have to win this one. They are formerly a 3v3 team, but obviously CplMonkeyshines is proving they've got a pretty good 3v3 roster themselves. The Midwest Mafia, again, they really need to have Typical perform here as that shot went wide. Another chance bumped out, and because he didn't get demoed, Mega has a wide open net. It is 3-1, and CplMonkeyshines will take that one and take care of business. As Midwest Mafia feeling a bit peeves. This is not how they wanted the 1v1 to go. Typical, he's missed the boost as well. It's only going to make things tougher for him in this position, but Mega not really covering the net there. Doesn't need to, that shot was too weak. Typical, like I saw that opening, but he couldn't take it, just didn't have enough in the tank. Now Typical, trying again for a dribble there. Mega never even jumped at that. He was so calm about all that. That is a scary calmness here from Mega. And we saw that at a CplMonkeyshines in Game 1. It's Typical. Gonna find the dunk. They'll be left to the sidewall here as Mega. Typical. Be looking for a flipper set. He's gonna have one here. Will not use it though. Mega will not be surprised, but might be here with this chance. Quickly on is Typical. Shot not hitting. He'll take this all the way back. Midwest Mafia keeping control, but with only one goal to speak of here in the first half of the game, they need more. That flick goes long. Mega with a great effort to save that. Again, Typical running into problems here. Mega is just so good at ones that you can tell he's just so calm about all this. As now a demo play, Typical barges through. And queue up. Definitely having to watch their backs here. And again, so far, what a turn of events here. The 1v1 continuing. It's Midwest Mafia though. Demo by Mega. He's not gonna let that shot go through. CplMonkeyshines keeping that 1-goal lead intact. Mega now looking to extend it. He's got a huge air superiority, and Typical cannot read him. This 1v1, while it may not be super high scoring, it is Mega who is proving how good he is at this game mode. By just decimating Typical. Again, this is the game mode Midwest Mafia is more confident in. Quite clearly, that confidence is not going to help them here. Typical now. I'd have been looking for an air dribble there. Now we'll go for the fake. Gets right under Mega. Beautiful play from Typical. And he keeps it close. These players are evenly matched right now. And I love that fake from Typical. Because that's the defender you have to expect the high shot. Typical, he understands that play well. Mega. Maybe a flip reset. Stop by Typical. It's wide open on the other side. And it will be tied at 4 each. Mega went for the risk there. He went for the flip reset. Did not get it off. Typical will make sure that goes against him. And the 1v1 continues now as tied. That lead that Mega had is all but gone. He'll look to set himself up here for some sort of return play. Typical. Oh, it's going to bounce in. Wait a second. I don't think Mega was even paying attention to that. Typical went for the delay kickoff. Got burned on it. And it only was made worse by that touch in his own nets. As Midwest Mafia, though, he's not going to be too worried. A kickoff goal the other way. Now for Typical, rather than against him. Man, this is going to stay quite competitive, won't it? 5-5. Midwest Mafia making sure this game mode is one that they can be pretty comfortable in. They could probably even up the series here. Again, with it not being a best of 5 anymore, this game mode still matters, but these teams do have a lot more games to get used to each other. And again, I also have the guarantee of playing 1s and 2s rather than just one of those game modes. We're in a best of 5 as Mega now will catch Typical on his own overcommit. I'm surprised he went so fast for that goal because Typical wasn't even chasing him down there. Mega had a lot of time to make sure that he goes up by 1 more as we head into the final minutes. As Midwest Mafia now need that answer back. Typical off the kickoff. It's on, but will be shuffled aside by Mega. Now a potential solo effort. No, Typical's going to keep this grounded. Now kicked up to the air. He's got the dribble. He's got the 52. Typical with the big body. And Midwest Mafia with a tie game all over again. Right through Mega, does not give him space. And this game continues to be interesting. Now they'll go again. Typical dribbles it down. Maybe for a flip reset. Won't need it. Gets right over Mega. And with 19 seconds to go, Typical takes the lead. It feels like he hasn't had the lead all game long. Now he takes it in the final moments. Can Mega get a response? Bounce favors him. He'll go to his own back corner. Typical. Not gonna challenge this one. He's gonna give Mega space. Mega's gonna find something creative here. Can't get past Typical, but he will go for the boost. Typical wins it. Now he just plays for time. Mega will not be able to challenge him. Midwest Mafia take the 1v1, and the series is tied. A smart call from MWM, because it absolutely pays off for them. They take game 2. Game 3 is our 3v3 all over again, so we go back to freeze for our 3rd game in the series here. I'm quickly going to make sure I quickly see if I can get this logo to be swapped out. Quickly, I'll see if I can fix this. But if not, again, we're going to game 3 to DFH Stadium. Again, no uses of those tactical timeouts just yet. Both teams feeling content to keep those for a little bit longer. Again, quickly, I'll see if I can get that logo in. I probably won't get it done fast enough. Oh, you know what? I'll have enough time. As we're going to go into game 3. I'm going to have to do this in game 4. Apologies to all of you. We'll get it up there soon enough. We go to game number 3, DFH Stadium. Man, it looks so nice with the shaders on as well. I added the shaders on before today, just to see how they'd look, and Man, it looks so nice, seriously. Maybe if we have a little bit of time, I'll show you guys, but and I have them all ticked on. I never do, but God, they look so good right now. And it's really making this game so much more entertaining to watch. Just queue up Mana. Now again, back in the 3v3 where they won in game 1. Game 4 already guaranteed to be a 2v2. The players that did not compete. So it'd be Vbel and Kunjay taking on Yoko and Kiwi. Midwest Mafia looking to dribble this one out. Take the play long, but Yoko there for the save. It's a light touch from Vbel, but queue up Mana, take control back. Yoko, sidewall, double tap. Won't find the net, but a miss there from Kunjay. The shot goes just off the bar. Queue up Mana. Nearly taking the first blood in this stadium as Kiwi. Yoko actually facing the wrong direction there, but still Kiwi the challenge. Dunked away. Midwest Mafia keep the control. Up it goes. Yoko will send this one yonder. He's gonna give his team some time to recover. Typical. Kiwi kept up as Yoko comes in to help him out. Now looks for the shot on. Saved away by Vbel as Mega. With Typical. That's going to head wide, and Midwest Mafia trying to control that midfield, but queue up Mana, just dunking them on any chance they can get, holding that position, holding that midfield line. And right now there is not much breaking through them. Kunjay can't get the challenge. Vbel will. That's going to be cleared all the way back, but it's queue up Mana ball. Midwest Mafia needs to take this away from them and find opportunities. Typical. Yoko clears it back. Again, no matter how hard Midwest Mafia seem to try to get that ball upfield in their possession, queue up Mana always deny them of one of those two options. Either they deny them of possession or they deny them of clearing the ball away. It's Typical. Kept out by Kiwi. And Midwest Mafia really struggling right now. Still no goals scored. Queue up Mana. Do overcommit. And now down the field goes MWM. Typical. One-on-one with Kiwi. Flip reset goes high. In goes Kunjay, but the shot not on. Midwest Mafia tried again. Vbel setting up Kunjay. Kiwi jumped early there. Vbel's gonna take the final tap in. And Midwest Mafia have found the net. Kunjay caught Kiwi on an early jump, and it was from there on out all Vbel. And they strike first in game 3. As Vbel looking to keep control. Let's get the flick by Mega. Yoko beat as well. Kiwi sends that one gone. And a demo from Yoko opens up space. Queue up Mana will take it. And it goes back the other way. Yoko never went for the ball in the first place, just went for players. Didn't get one, but two. Didn't get one player, but got two with Vbel. And queue up Mana even the scoreline. As Vbel will try again. Stopped by Mega. Kunjay doesn't have that one. Yoko gets by Typical. Queue up Mana take the lead. A second goal in a row. Right off the kickoff as well. Kunjay backflipped. Yoko had Typical beat from the very beginning. And queue up. With 2 minutes to go, now can play on the defensive. But I don't think that's their plan. They still want more. A 1-goal lead is not satisfactory for them. They want to make sure this lead gets extended, that they control the 3v3 game mode. As Kiwi, Typical, Mega to the back wall. Carried all the way away by Typical, and queue up Mana. Gonna need to take some time here as Yoko, sit back wall, double! From the skies they rain. Queue up Mana. Do it again. Yoko gets by Typical. 1-2 quickly in. Queue up Mana's not wasting any opportunities. As dunked aside. Queue up looking for more. Typical. Kiwi 50'd out of the way. Yoko. A look for Kiwi there. That touch. Heading towards the midfield. Kunjay will be there to save. Typical now. Yoko. Queue up Mana. waiting, but they may not want to wait for too long. Kunje left for V-Bell. The shot's wide. Nobody from Midwest Mafia is back. And it is a 4-1 scoreline. Midwest Mafia made the mistake of sending everybody upfield. They will pay for that. The goal the other way. As another one in, typical. Takes the second. You have Mana. Gonna play for time, but Midwest Mafia do have Chime to go the other way. They're gonna dribble this in. Typical, not done just yet. And MWM now really trying to find their way back in, but the 3v3 just can't go their way. Mega's got an answer. You up Mana, stay up 5-2. Queue up. Getting under this is MWM. Yoko. And queue up right now. Really holding on to control, holding on to game 3. And MWM is going to take their time. Keep things as they want. Again, so far, what a turn of events here. Midwest Mafia again losing the 3v3, and now we go to the 2v2 for game number 4. Opia Coliseum up next. Match point as well, potential here for Q Up. They've won both the 3v3s. Again, so far, what a turn of events. Go to 2v2s, and I think Q Up Mana forgot about that. We're back in, 2v2 it is. Still no tactical timeout usage, though. Q Up Mana, again, can take match point here. Midwest Mafia, again, sending in V-Bell and Kunje. They take on Yoko and Kiwi. Queue up Mana. Again, playing for that possession. Midwest Mafia. Trying to play for control, just trying to play for that time. Yoko. Here we go. And again, this 2v2 matchup. Continue onward here as V-Bell does get the save early on, but again, for the 2v2 game mode, it's a really weird mix here because it's probably the game mode these players are the most used to. And generally speaking, Highlight players like to play 2v2s. That's the game mode that they love the most. Queue up mana. Things just looking at least more and more to control here. As that, what a save for Kunje, jumping off the sidewall. Midwest Mafia gonna keep that one in control as Kiwi gets the long clear. Kunje hitting on the back wall. Again, Midwest Mafia. Now they got to go on to offense again. V-Bell. Apologies for me being silent here. We've got a little roster issue here with one of these teams. So, again, a very awkward day. We have some of our matches actually have started a bit late, so I'm making sure that everything is running smoothly for all of you guys. But again, reminder, a ton of other streams going on here. CplMonkeyshines is also streaming the upper quarterfinals. RedFalcons and Karma streaming the lower side. A lot of really fun matches, a lot of really good teams playing today. Queue up mana, waiting for more on offense. V-Bell, 50 with Kiwi. And this one, gonna find the net. Again, so far, Midwest Mafia looking for an answer off the back wall, but it won't really hit that well. Again, so far, things just looking interesting here. Again, so far, things looking interesting here. Again, so far, things are definitely going to be very interesting here for Queue Up Mana. Again, so far, things, again, have been really interesting between these two teams. As, again, we're just trying to get things sorted out here. And this, I'm so sorry about being quiet, everybody. Hopefully everything will go well. We are just getting confirmation, but one of our matches is getting very late here. But Queue Up Mana, again, can take match point here. They'll go across, Kunje. Again, with Queue Up Mana. Midwest Mafia waiting on. That's going to go to the back wall. With the save. Queue up. Gonna clear it the other way. A 2-0 lead. Again. So far, weird turn of events here. But of course, it being that final day, everybody here is just trying to really battle through, but it's Queue Up who really won the 2v2. And have been able to take match point. Now we go back to the 3v3. Again, apologies there. Hopefully everything's been sorted out. I'm so sorry about that, everybody. I had to make sure that everything for the rest of our bracket is under order here. Go to game 5. And the continuation of the series 3v3 all over again, but for the CplMonkeyshines, they can progress to the semi-finals with a win here. Midwest Mafia still not calling the tactical timeout. I think a lot of teams here just aren't going to call it. It's not how long the breaks are in between games nonetheless, but it's game 4. Sorry, it's game 5, not game 4, game 5. And CplMonkeyshines can win the series here. We've gone through every single game mode. CplMonkeyshines, though, have won all the 3v3 games so far. In theory, this would be the game mode that they'd be the most confident in. Or at least one of the game modes they'd be confident in. Obviously, this is where they've got to find their way to succeed. Yoko doesn't have this one, but Mega will. CplMonkeyshines gonna clear this away. It's typical. Whoa, whiff there. Yoko's gonna take control as Kunje, Kiwi, booms this one down the field. As Yoko will hold on to this one, going to clear it across for Mega to collect. Kiwi already jumping for this one, but queue up. Gonna play for time. That one flicked on. V-Bell will be there for it as Kiwi. Across, Mega will be waiting on this one and queue up. Again, trying to play for some time. Mega flip reset. Yoko jumps in. You have Mana. That one, it's wide open. It's Mega, and it's a lead for the Canadians. One goal closer to taking down Midwest Mafia. One goal closer to being able to watch the semi-finals. I mean, that break between this round and that semi-finals, it's a pretty nice break as well. It's a whole hour of time that teams get to wait on. Queue up Mana. One. Good across. Yoko. Nicole there with the block as Midwest Mafia just waiting from behind. Yoko. Heavy clear up field. V-Bell. Booms this one across. Mega. This one sent on. Kiwi will be there for it. Keep on moving as well. Flex away. Typical will be able to respond. Yoko waiting under this one. Kunje. Midwest Mafia. Typical whiffed under this one, but it's just going to be left midfield. Midwest Mafia! Great pass to V-Bell. Kunje finds his captain, and the MWM organization have answered and tied this game back. Turn of events, sure, but queue up. Mana will be very pleased with themselves. Kiwi. Typical. Yoko. Able to maintain control. Will look across for Mega, but that tap won't work. And they'll wait back a little further as Mega. V-Bell. Yoko. Off the back corner. Second touch! Oh, he made it look so easy. Queue up. Now what? Up by 1. Oh, that is just a beautiful play from Yoko. Makes it look so clean. And I don't know what else to say except that was very well made and very impressively done. Midwest Mafia now waiting back as queue up Mana. Trying to fight their way through that back line. Mega, ooh, a little bump there from his own teammates, and queue up are in the lead. They do want to be a little bit more careful. Midwest Mafia have answered back already once this game. They can definitely do it again as Kunje searching. Typical! That one! Oh, it's found its way in. He hit the bar, but he followed through with the second touch. Midwest Mafia will take any goal they can get. This has been a scrappy game, and not one that's been in their favor for most of it. 3v3 mode specifically has not been very pleasant to them so far. As Kunje picking up the flip reset. Now going for one himself and actually using that one. Typical. Midfield, Kunje will send it out away to Kiwi. The WM just waiting in the backfield as Kiwi off the corner. Kunje, typical, both whipped it! It's wide open for Yoko. Midwest Mafia got very antsy waiting back there. Those Kunje and Typical, who both wanted that one, both went as well. It doesn't get much easier than that for Yoko, resting right in front of the net. As Yoko, off the back wall, Typical. Mega's gonna get there. V-Bell could not recover. And with 101 seconds remaining, Queue Up Mana would love to take the series here. Midwest Mafia, the diamond of the massive Midwest Mafia organization, may find themselves sent to the lower bracket. Or really sent down to one life left. There's really no lower bracket in this hybrid format. But for Queue Up, again, the organization that has surprised everyone tonight, they would love to keep those surprises going. Typical. Kiwi saves it away. He'll bounce off the sidewall as Queue Up Mana waiting for time here, but it's Mega to get the block. Left in front. V-Bell doesn't have this. Yoko will. Mega still under this one. Typical. Up for Kunje. Light tap. Saved by Yoko. Queue Up Mana with a minute to go to keep that 2-goal lead. Midwest Mafia trying to chase them down. They won't get very far, not with that judge. V-Bell. Mega. Sidewall. Double tap just to keep the ball away. Queue Up Mana beckoning for Midwest Mafia to chase after them. But MWM, they just don't have the boost for it. Typical. V-Bell. Shot not on. Midwest Mafia will control, but not much they can do here. They've got to find something creative. Kunje, pass one, pass two. Stopped by Kiwi on the goal line. Now 20 seconds and counting. Typical. V-Bell. Gets by Mega. Kiwi waiting back. It's left in front. V-Bell unable to get the dunk through. Midwest Mafia. It's going to have to watch their game fall away from them. Queue Up Mana will take the series 4-1. They send Midwest Mafia to the lower quarterfinals. Queue Up Mana will go to the top 4 and wait in the semifinals for their matchup. 4-1, an impressive performance for Queue Up Mana. Definitely asking for a strong performance. Their run in this bracket continues to be impressive. And a lot of other people streaming. We actually ended quite early here compared to most of our matches. Take a look at our schedule here. Again, Queue Up Mana, if our schedule does actually update. There it is. Having won through, we'll go to the semis. Midwest Mafia play the winner of 175 night Golden Hour Esports. Again, that match on RedFalconSS stream. Again, Karma has the fellas and PTR. That match might be going on for a while. Apparently, that match is actually going to be a pretty long one. CplMonkeyshines, obviously, with the Bubble Guppy Strikers. NRXY2K. They've already been given confirmation. Bubble Guppy Strikers will be winning in a 4-0 sweep, so their run in the bracket also takes them to the semifinals. As NRXY2K, I think as expected, having a very tough time keeping up with the team with Life, Ultor, and Plexi. And for NXY2K, their Cinderella story, it still continues, but it will have to continue in the lower bracket. Again, a lot of competition still here. A lot of teams still battling through. A lot of questions, I'm sure, being raised. Again, we've got Midwest Mafia on stream next, so we're not going to be away from them for too long. They're going to be here with us. Again, I'm getting updates for RedFalconSS stream. Currently in Game 4, with 175 Night leading 2-1 in that series. That series might go on for a little while as well. Again, that last match, Karma, fellas and PTR, that match is underway in game number 3. PTR leading 2-0 in that series, so the upset potential for PTR is very much there. Again, impressive to say the very least here, As again, we're going to be going to a break. When we come back, Midwest Mafia will be back on the stream. They'll be taking on the winner of 125 Night Golden Hour Esports. So, until then, sit back, relax, maybe watch some of these other streams. We'll be seeing you guys then. Take care. And again, we'll be seeing you guys very soon. So give us a little bit of time. We'll be back with the lower quarterfinals. Somebody is going to be eliminated on this stream. Sorry about this, everybody. We're gonna need a few minutes here. We have a delay. Somebody's having a technical issue. Give us a little bit of time. We need it right now. I'm so sorry about this. Welcome back to the ATS Paradise Cup 2, sponsored by Team Evo. I'm Sporty FC. Joining me is Red Falcons. That's a face that we haven't seen on this stream in a really long time. But we've got the lower quarterfinals for all of you. Our next 35 night taking on Midwest Mafia, who we saw lose to CplMonkeyshines a while ago. In a lot of delays, but we finally have this match underway. Our next 35 night, you got to see them, Falcons. They had a pretty solid 1v1 performance at the end of their run, but how you feeling?
Honestly, I am kind of scared with this roster. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't felt as intimidated from seeing a team in a tournament ever until I've seen 100x35 night. I mean, Mafia, I mean, he's on top for a reason on the team right now. I mean, he played phenomenally in game 2 and game 6 of my series. He is a strong 1v1 player, is very strong mechanical player. Also, as a whole for 100x35 night, every single player on their roster is very mechanical. So I would not hesitate to see if we have any clips tonight. There definitely going to be some mechanical plays tonight coming out from 100x35 night. But to be fair, I also feel a little bit conflicted because Midwest Mafia is also a team from my group that I casted last night. So I feel like I'm going against my own group here. So I feel a little conflicted, Sporty.
Yeah,
but what do you expect for tonight?
I expect to see Midwest Mafia avoid the 1-point at all costs. That's basically it.
Wow.
I mean, it's Mafia we're talking about, by the way. So, I think they're going to avoid the 1-point at all costs. But Midwest Mafia, this is probably a better 3v3 team as well. So they're going to really focus on 3v3. If they can win those 3v3 games, they put the pressure on the 135 night. This team, they're good at freeze. I think Midwest Mafia might be able to beat them out. And that game mode is more than half of the games we're going to be doing in this series, so it's a hugely important match as well. So we're going to get into our best of 7, the lower quarterfinals. Our next 35 night taking on Midwest Mafia. The winner of this plays against the Bubble Guppies Snackers in the semis, so hugely important for both these teams to be successful. Midwest Mafia, again in the orange, lost to CplMonkeyshines. Now they come in, taking on 35 night. Both these teams have been waiting quite a while here, but Night are relatively warm Falcons. Coming into this series, I think the biggest question for them is how are they going to do in a 3v3 game modes like this?
Honestly, I think the strategy right now is to start off strong in that first game, see if you can get an early goal, and then hold Midwest Mafia at bay. I think that is the smartest path to victory right now for this team, which, oh my goodness, are we going to see a cross map? No, we're not. But honestly, I think the smartest way to victory is get the first goal in the first game and then choose 1v1 immediately. Throw Nawafi into the mix, let him perform, let him play smart, cool, and collective, right? And honestly, from there, right, if you give up a game 3, right, hypothetical, if you do give up game 3 as 100x35 nights, right, you want to come back even stronger in that game 4, in that 2v2 game mode. And that is something that 100x35 night in my series that they have been pretty good with. Even when the opponents choose the game mode, they have been very solid, especially since they're just coming off of a game 6 win. The blood is coursing through their veins, the ice is in it, and they got a lot to play right here, and they got a lot to perform as well, because Midwest Mafia, they are a tough cookie to crack. I mean, you got Typical, you got V-Bell. Typical, very powerful player, very powerful striker as well for Midwest Mafia. I casted Group D last night. Midwest Mafia definitely on the top of the group, and they've been performing ever since. And they're looking to make a pretty strong lower bracket run, and they are definitely a team I think that can get to the grand finals, but only time will tell, of course. We are still about to be 2 minutes in, and we still haven't seen a score. We've seen a lot of opportunities so far, like we just saw from Sulans there off a double, but so far no goal yet.
No goals yet, just back and forth. 135 night looking for some form of offense. As Nawafi, 50 midfield, Sulens, bang! 935 nights. You were saying they haven't scored yet, but that's a huge start. And again, reminder, 3v3 is where Midwest Mafia want to shine. The fact that Knight take this one back, that's huge.
Yep. And this is exactly the path to victory that I was talking about. You have to start off strong if you are 100x35 Knight. And, I mean, you got a player like Sulans. I was talking a lot about Nawafi, the Mena legend. You got a player like Sulans as well, who I believe in game 4 of my series not only got the most shots on target, but got the most goals. He had a hat trick to his name. But speaking of goals, we're actually going to see an equalizer here for Midwest Mafia. V-Bell, perfect center into the infield, Typical there for the challenge, and it is that V-Bell Typical connection that they had in group stages, passing to each other, setting each other up for those infield passing plays. One thing to know about this duo, actually, Typical and V-Bell, if we do see them in the 2v2 matchup, is that they take a full advantage, full capitalization of the opponent's back wall. If they can set up each other on the back wall for follow-up plays, that is something that Midwest Mafia is just honestly superior at. They are definitely on top in that sense, but they have to take advantage of whatever pressure they can on offense if they are going to win this game.
And here we go back in. RX-35 Knight gonna get the open backfield. No Wafi, goal 2. RX-35 Knight take the lead. Half the game still to go, but this team, they needed a little bit of time. They've come in warm, and Midwest Mafia is feeling their wrath. And again, this 3v3 game mode, Midwest Mafia, they aren't going to win the 1v1s, most likely. They're going to have a really tough time winning the series if they don't win the 3v3s.
Indeed, and right now 100x35 Nawafi showing his displays. Not only did he get a goal, but he also had a pass for that first goal with Sulins. But right now, if you are 100x35 Knight, you want to go into this and play safe. You have the lead. You have about 2 minutes left on the clock here. You have to play defense, clear into the corner if you are on defense right now. Like, we're seeing Midwest Mafia build up some pressure every now and then, but there are challengers, even when they are low on boost. There are defenders who are there for the challenge. There are people who can clear. There are people who can censor the ball outside and basically set up a counterattack like we're about to see here. Vbel having to clear back into his own corner. A good challenge here by Sulin, setting up infield play. This time Perry not there. Swift counterattack, passing play over to Typical. Typical trying to go for a double touch. A nice demo from Vbel onto Perry as we see a return from Nawafi onto Typical. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those swift offensive plays that we saw from 100x35 Knight, which ended up being a counterattack for Midwest Mafia, can be crucial here. As right now, we see a shot here from Majestic. It's a shot far wide. It's going to be denied as Perry now setting up infield pass over to Sulins. Good use of that infield passing lane as Nawafi having to force a save.
As you said as well, 135 Knight leading 2-1. Midwest Mafia waiting back as Majestic, who, by the way, got subbed into this game. It was Kunje we saw earlier. So Midwest Mafia, they're not unknown to make changes. They're not unknown to make substitutions. So the fact that they're subbing in Majestic, not too surprising, although I will say it does change that dynamic. And that's something that we need to look at as well for Midwest Mafia. They got crushed by Q Up. It was close, relatively, but it was still 4-1. They still got crushed in that series. RX-35 Knight, they're looking to bounce up because of that. And I would say in many ways, RX-35 Knight, definitely a team that, like, overall is definitely looking, again, to take full advantage of this Midwest Mafia, who are right now just trying to find that voice, trying to find that, like, you know, mentality, find that, you know, position as this roster. And a Midwest Mafia holding on as long as they can as Majestic. Nawafi clears it back. RX-35 going down the field. Selens. Typical. Nawafi beats him there. Should have been goal free. Midwest Mafia stay alive. Time's running low. Can they get one more chance? Typical. Perry able to get this block there, and Midwest Mafia just unable to break through. RX-35 Knight starting off with a 3v3 win, and that is going to spell danger for MWM.
And yeah, what a game that was. Midwest Mafia almost pulling it back to a tied series. Midwest Mafia, I mean, you got players like Typical and Vbel. I talked a little bit about the team synergy that those two players have, but 100x35 Knight, I also mentioned, this is the exact path to victory that we had to see them do in that first game. Now, it is up to 100x35 Knight to see which game mode they're going to have to play against, because it's Midwest Mafia's choice. They choose either 1s or 2s in this round 2, but if we are Midwest Mafia, Sporty, if we are going to be swapping over to a next game mode, what choice do you think they'll be choosing? You think they're going to go the 2s route or the 1s route?
I already see what they're doing, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not very happy. They chose the 1v1 route. That's what they've been choosing more often. I don't like that decision because, reminder, 105 Knight have no Wafi. He is in the top, like, 68 best North American 1v1 players. He's very, very good at ones. So I think that's a risky choice for Midwest Mafia. It's the mode of the best, and they have Typical, who's a really good 1v1 player. But I don't know if that's the right decision. That's the decision, at least I would not have made that decision myself. And
well, at the end of the day, it all boils down to the confidence, really. If you're going to choose the 1v1 route, you're going to have to choose how confident you're going to have to know how confident you are on the field and your own mechanical ability. It's also a matter of if you can get in the opponent's head right now. Nawafi, I mean, he has a brick wall defense in a nutshell. He has a brick wall mentality, and honestly, he's been looking impenetrable in Game 2 and Game 6 of my series. So I'm interested in seeing what Typical can do here in game number 2. But so far, it's a pretty interesting start here. Nawafi, 0 boost in a tank here. Boost management is going to be a key factor since this is 1s. Anything and everything can factor into a goal or a loss. So right now, It's just up to Typical to see what he can do on the field as he is power sliding into the corner, grabs the 100 boost in the tank. He's going to go for a bounce dribble, flicks it up high, follows it up with another challenge. That's going to be the first goal here. Midwest Mafia, they're going to be taking center stage here. First goal to their name. A beautiful flick past the defender, following it up, finishing the goal. A tie shot as well. 94 kph straight to the back of the net. Is that the start that Midwest Mafia needs?
Well, it is, and as you said in the 1v1, I was not convinced with Typical going up against Nawafi, but so far, my goodness. Nawafi taking the dribble here. He's very, very fast. If you don't know Falcons, Nawafi is Saudi Arabian. Okay, thank goodness. I mean, I guess that's obvious with a name like Nawafi, but he's Saudi Arabian, and as such, he's really, really fast. So expect to see a lot of that on the field. I know you've seen that already from him in his previous 1v1s where he, I think, took down Z. Now he looks to do it here as he's going to look to fake out Typical, but credit where credit's due. Typical doing really well to slow this play down. He knows Nawafi wants to play fast, and to beat Nawafi, you have to make him play at your pace, and Typical is doing that really, really well as now a flick down the field. Typical keeps it high, and now he'll look to collect. Nawafi waiting back. Typical. Dribble. Flip reset. Typical. Oh, yes. Oh, it's hit the bar. Still in front. Nawafi getting the save there. Still on low boost. Typical. One more shot on. Nawafi will block. A huge defensive stand. Nawafi holds on as 135 Knights. We're going to be watching onward. The shot goes wide, but Nawafi, demo, open net, tie game.
And yeah, I was just about to say, Nawafi had the opportunity. The shot did go wide, but a good demo as well. Great awareness, seeing that the ball was going straight down from the roll-up, followed it up with the open net. And that is also something I have to give credit for Nawafi. He takes advantage of any opportunity he's given. If he notices the opponent is out of position, he will take advantage. He will go for demos. He will shoot the ball on target. Even if it is off target, he will follow it up with another shot. But like I want to touch up on a point you were talking about earlier, actually, about playing at your own pace. Typical is also a player that loves to slow down the pace, especially when setting up his ground to aerial plays. We know he's a very mechanical player for Midwest Mafia. He sets up a lot of these plays, and he goes for a lot of the time, whenever he goes for flip resets, he goes for fake outs, which is something Nawafi most likely has caught onto by now, which is why he doesn't go high for these challenges. He expects to go low here, as Typical taking it low on the flip reset, gets the second goal here, and we're approaching halftime right now. Midwest Mafia reclaiming the lead. Again, a controlled first touch into an air dribble play, went for a flip reset, ended up just taking it back down to the ground and scoring it like that. 2 goals now for Typical, 1 for Nawafi. 1 goal differential is all that separates these two teams, and we still have plenty of time left.
And 135 Knights waiting onward. Nawafi. Still Nawafi. Oh, I don't know about that. He's taking the boost here. Typical, who's just waiting, asking Nawafi, when are you going to go for this? And now he will. The dribble, the flip reset. A bit too low, though. And Typical going to watch as Nawafi takes this all the way back. Again, right now he might be holding ball possession, but he's not getting on the offense very often. Nawafi playing extremely hesitant right now. It's almost as if he's playing not to win, not to lose, rather than to win, and that kind of playstyle doesn't always work. But away from Typical. I mean, Nawafi's just waiting right now, and if the mistakes come, he'll take them.
You know, Nawafi reminds me of a fisherman. He basically cast out his line, waiting for the bite, and at the right moment, he strikes. Nawafi, beautiful play there. He put the shot up. It was a missed opportunity for Typical on the save. It was a miss on the clear, and Nawafi striking when the lethal strike hits. And yeah, right now we are tied up 2-2. Nawafi, even though he is down by a point, he still made sure that he can come back here. A beautiful bounce dribble into a cut here. And Nawafi, that was a nasty play. We got to watch that back here. Nawafi bumping out Typical on his push up. He caught the ball on top of his car, cut it past the defender, Typical, and finished a goal up. It looked like Typical did get a piece of it, but it wasn't enough of a piece. Nawafi slicing right through the defense, getting the 3rd goal, and we still have 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock here. We see a neutral kickoff. It's going to go left side, and Nawafi having to rotate back here now. Typical, when he does have that space and when he does have plenty of boost in his name, he can make miracles happen, but it's up to whether the positioning on the field. If he's going to be awkward, if he's going to be comfortable like we're seeing right now, he can make plays happen, like a double touch off the back wall. An attempted in and out save by Nawafi will clear it away temporarily, but again, Midwest Mafia's Typical. He has a lot of potential whenever he has space on the field, and that is something I think Nawafi needs to cut off as soon as possible, which he has done so far this entire game.
Again, Nawafi picking up that pace, picking up the pressure on Typical. He's got the lead. He's going to force Typical to play his way. And Typical is not exactly a big fan of that. He wants to play slow. He wants to go to those challenges. Really force Nawafi to respect him. But Nawafi not showing that. As he'll take that shot on. Blocked by Typical. Again, the 1v1 mode here for both of these teams. It's the mode that Midwest Mafia decided on. They may come to regret that decision. 1 minute to go. Nawafi has the dribble carry. Space to work with. Air dribble up, surely. You bet it. He gets it. There was no doubt about what he was going to do there. An air dribble bump from Nawafi, and Typical doesn't have many options to his disposal.
I'm getting Game 6 flashbacks right now. Nawafi has been hitting those air dribble bump plays time after time after time. Nawafi consistent with those plays on the 1 minute mark too, to put it to a 2-goal differential. Nawafi, he's been very consistent in his 1v1 plays, and I do think the 1v1 choice by Golden Hour was a huge mistake here on their half, because again, you got a lethal player like Nawafi, but you also have a lethal player like Typical. But what a save! Nawafi pulling out a double savior medalist right now. 6 saves. We got to talk about that. 11 shots so far from Typical, 6 saves from Nawafi. Pretty strong defense here coming out from Nawafi, as well as pretty strong offense, but also pretty good spacing here. Typical, though, catching the ball on the ground. He's going to put it back to a 1-goal differential now. The beauty of ones is that you never know what can happen. Even if you put 10 seconds on the board, 5 seconds, 1 second, anything can happen. All you need is just one kickoff to go in your favor, and you're back to a tied game. And that is something Typical needs right now. 30 seconds, the earlier you can score the goal, the better choices you have right now, the better chances you have to win this game, and the better chances you have to tie up this best of 7 right now, because that is definitely what Midwest Mafia needs. But we're going to be closing out the last 20 seconds. Midwest Mafia is still down by 1 point.
West Mafia now have to chase him down because time's running out. And look at this from Nawafi, waiting. Now he'll dribble out, look for an air dribble across the field. Typical won't get to him in time. A 2-goal lead with 4 seconds left. Surely this is a Game 2 victory for Knights.
Yeah, the window of opportunity definitely shut down. Definitely got much tighter there. Nawafi, I gotta respect the choice there to dribble it back to his own half, running down the clock. He knows that he's in. He knows he has an advantage. He knows that he's in the lead. Might as well shut down that window, make it even tighter, and basically go for the air dribble whenever he sees the opportunity. Basically, kind of like a fisherman, he throws out his line into the water, waits for the fish to bite, and that's when he reels it back in, and then he takes the advantage there. 100x35 Knight. He is going to be taking home game number 2. Nawafi, a beautiful win here in game number 2. But we still have an entire best of 7. We are going to be switching back to 3v3. So now that both teams kind of have 2 players each that has kind of like returned back to a normal state here, what do you think the 3v3 scene is going to look like? Are we going to see some rewarming needed for Midwest Mafia, especially after that game 1 choice to do 1v1 in game 2? What do you think is going to happen here come game 3?
3v3 was relatively close, Falcons. That's the thing about it. Although the only problem for Midwest Mafia is they can't make sub changes now. They're stuck with who they have to play with. They've got to deal with that as well. For them, it's really going to come down to being able to take the space that's given to them, and being able to find a way to turn this around, even if only a little bit. Very weird position to be in, as we are going to wait on these teams. They need to just have a little bit of time to work things out. Again, a very fun matchup here. Nawafi did take that 1-1 as I expected. As I told you, I expected that myself. X35 Knight lead, again, win by 2. As oh, we're getting a call here. Someone's getting water, so we're gonna wait on these teams to join on in. But the 3v3 here, maybe this is a tactic for Midwest Mafia. They're just gonna waste out time. I know it's them who's getting the water, by the way. I don't know if it's like a tactic. This is like their tactic to get time. Not that they're not allowed to.
Hey, I mean, I gotta respect it. As a caster, sometimes you need to get your water break. I mean, I have. I don't know if Sporty has the cameras on right now, but I have a gigantic mug.
You want me to put the cameras on? I can't now.
You know what? Yeah, why not?
I can't.
Yeah, why not?
We're joining in.
Never mind.
Nope. We'll do it afterwards. How about that? I got my water bottle next
to me
as well. I was like, I would do it, except that we're playing right now, and I don't want to, take away from what these teams are doing. X35 Knight leading 2-0 in the series. Yeah, for Midwest Mafia, who came off that loss after wait a really long time. They're going to need some time to warm up. I better hope, at least for their sake, those first 2 games were warm-up games. Because if they weren't, they're going to be in a very tough position now. Because our next 35 Knight, not exactly going to make things easy for them. As Sulen's first touch here. Majestic. 2 touch off the ceiling. Still waiting on the end of this as Nawafi 50 overhead. Up goes Perry. Back wall. Second touch. Sulenz stopped by Majestic. And it will be hit back for Nawafi. Nawafi. Back wall. Perry. Surely. Ooh. Yes, it is. 175 Knight. Started off well. Started off really playing aggressive. And it works in their favor. Sulenz with a... Sorry, Perry with the last touch. And 175 Knights off to a lead early. And for a team like them, I mean, I said that they need to start their series off like this. They're still doing this. That's the scary part.
Yeah. And I mean, I find it pretty interesting how you said that they need to, or at least Golden Hour Esports, they're going to have the advantage in the 3v3 department. But so far, I mean, ever since we started that first game, 100x35, they've been playing as a team and as a solid team. And I don't mean like one player specifically pops off. They set each other up for these plays. Like we saw an attempted upfield redirect into Perry, setting up Nawafi on the follow-up. We're not even a minute in. We're not even a minute in yet, and we already have 2 goals here from 100x35 Knight. Both goals being off of team plays, and that is something that they are striving with right now. Controlling the ball, keeping it close, and making these passing plays happen. Get a soft touch first, pass it up the field, and then get a redirect down the field to get the goal. And that is exactly what 100x35 is doing. And if they can keep this path up, then they're going to have a clean Game 3 under their hands. But if you are Midwest Mafia, you have to kind of just like slow down the pace, make 100x Knight play at your own pace, and also not allow stuff like this to happen. Sulenz getting the final goal here. Sporty, what you got to tell me, like, what happened here? That was a beautiful pinch into a double touch by Nawafi, and then Sulenz, of course, finishing it off. But yeah, what do you have to do if you're Midwest Mafia?
You gotta find something. You gotta find a goal. You gotta find something to slow down 135 Knight. You gotta find something successful, because they have not found anything yet. And a reminder, this Midwest Mafia team, they have bad blood. V-Bell, Majestic, and Zipco all have bad blood with this team. This 135 Knight team swept them in the regular season of ATS Season 3. So this Midwest Mafia, they have a reason to beat these guys, and yet again, it may be another sweep here. Unless they can change something about it, they've got to get a goal, they've got to get something on the board. Plus 135 Knight, the lower bracket run will only continue to be impressive. As we're talking about this, another lower bracket run that's happening, PTR. A 4-1 win. And 135 Knight. I mean, we're not gonna be seeing PTR next on the stream. That does mean they go up to the semifinals to take on CplMonkeyshines. So PTR, what a fun that they've had. A team that I don't think anybody expected to make it this far. They've gone to the semifinals. As 135 Knight now, giving up a goal to Midwest Mafia. And as I said, this is what Midwest Mafia needed. They needed a goal. They needed something. Now that they have a goal, what do they make of it?
Yeah, I mean, well, you got the momentum, you got the first goal, you got the push that you need to get in through the door. Now is when you make the magic happen. You have 2 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock. Now is when you start pushing. Now is when you start applying the pressure. Now is when you change the game here. You make passes like these to V-Bell. V-Bell, unfortunately, couldn't finish that one. But, you know, I do find it interesting. PTR did move on. You mentioned about the lower quarterfinals, the first bracket round that we have in the lower quarterfinals, how they beat out 100x Y2K. But now, if PTR does beat out CplMonkeyshines, not only will it be an upset, but if Midwest Mafia can go to the grand finals, we're going to have a full Group D rematch, which it would be pretty interesting for me to see because, you know, hashtag Group D caster. But, you know, hey, so far, they do have to take out 100x35 Knight because they are still in the lead. They do have a monstrous lead here, 3-1 after all. Beautiful save, actually, by Majestic. Vivo was also diving for the save as well. But, yeah, we have 2 minutes left on the clock here. Midwest Mafia. 47 seconds since the last time I talked about the momentum they need to do, and this might just be a goal here, but it's going to be denied by Nawafi. As V-Bell following up here, Nawafi trying to go for a swan dive save, but V-Bell finding the second goal, making that window of opportunity much more visible. Nawafi off the ceiling, trying to go for that swan dive save. V-Bell dropping it into the bottom left-hand corner. Beautiful pin the needle thread placement right there. So we have 3-2 now, 1 goal differential, 1:49 left to go.
135 Knight, we're still, I mean, having the questions asked of them here because Midwest Mafia slowly making their way back. They needed some time to warm up. Now they have, and 135 Knight starting to feel what Midwest Mafia can and have done before. Sulenz, though, what a pinch! V-Bill can't get there in time, and that was ingenuity that I didn't even see. Sulenz beats out V-Bill with the pinch, and 135 Knight staying ahead.
That was beautiful. Sulenz, he pulls those like tricks out of his sleeve like it's like it's nothing. Sulens, he goes up for a ground to aerial play, fakes it out, gets a ground pinch to score the goal, back to a 2-goal differential. That's got to shut down the momentum a little bit here if you are, of course, if you are Midwest Mafia. A beautiful infield pass, so V-Bell showing no signs of stopping, however. Maybe I might take that back here. V-Bell finishing that play. A beautiful infield pass, though, by Majestic. Majestic, a light drop down for V-Bell, shot far post. Nawafi attempting to save. Perry getting a piece of it, but not good enough. Back to a 1-goal differential, 4-3 on the 4-3 goal, and 1 minute 18 on the clock here. Majestic and Perry this time on kickoff. As we see Nawafi going up for ground to aerial play. Majestic did get a piece of that bump here, and it's going to be a wide open net. V-Bell, I believe, just respawned as well. As Majestic getting the kickoff. Nawafi there for the play. Yeah, V-Bell just got demoed by Perry. We're just on the respawn, unable to get back in time, and that was just an open net for Nawafi to finish. Nawafi has been on fire. 2 goals to his name, 2 passing plays, and 5 shots. Almost a double striker medalist in this game alone, and we still have about a minute left on the clock here. As Sulens taking it down the field. V-Bell is going to attempt a shot here. Majestic off the right wall. It's going to be denied. A minute left on the clock here. Still a 2-goal differential. As right now, if 100x35, if they take home this game, they'll be at one game away from winning. They'll be at match point territory. Sulens looking for another goal here. He's going to read the double off the back wall. Give him the hat trick, why don't you? As he just got his 3rd goal this game. He's going to join V-Bell in that hat trick category here. As Sulens, beautiful read off the back wall to finish it. 50 seconds left to go.
And I think what's fun about it is that the team waiting ahead of them is the Bubble Guppy Snackers. It's their old friend in life and Plexi. So these guys all know those players really, really well. They used to be on the on X35 as well. So I'm sure they'd love to go up against players that were formerly their comrades on the same organization. As Sulens leaving it for Nawafi off a kickoff. And X35 Knights with 45 seconds to go and a 4-goal lead. It would be very, very unlikely for Midwest Mafia to come back here.
Indeed, and yeah, I mean, the window of opportunity is looking less and less. Although, I will say this, Midwest Mafia, they chose a very dangerous route in Game 2. Now they only have 1 route left. They have a 2v2 route ahead of them, so it's really up to the teamwork of V-Bell and Typical. We've seen the tag team plays yesterday on my stream in Group D, and we've also seen what they could do earlier on as well. So if V-Bell and Typical, if they can sub in those 2 players for that 2v2 roster, in the next series, there might be some magic that might happen. But again, you have to find a way to shut down this overwhelming team presence that is 100x35 Knight, because you got team plays that are up the field, down the field, from the corner to the middle. There's basically any angle they could find, they are going to take. So we're going to see an accidental own goal there. Perry is going to take that goal to his name. 8-3, we're going to finish off this game. Sulens clearing it down the field. Double commit between Perry and Nawafi. Majestic, a misflip there. Ended up reading the side post bounce. Getting the last goal here, 8-3. But yeah, like I said, we're going to need to see a big change of pace here come Game 2. And I think the way Midwest Mafia does that is by subbing in V-Bell and Typical into the 2v2 manner. You have 2 passes of the 3 goals in this 3v3 from Typical. V-Bell is a consistent striker. 75% of all his shots this game did find the back of the net. 3 of the goals going in. And, of course, he is there for a lot of the passes. He is there present on the offense. And you got a player like Typical, who is also present on defense, found to save this game. And, of course, Majestic being the main defensive player this round, being 3 saves to his name. But, yeah, it all starts here in game number 4 for a potential turnaround for Midwest Mafia. But only time will tell, Sporty. What do you think Midwest Mafia needs to do? What do you think the ideal strategy, the ideal route of players to be in this next game? Like, who do you sub in for both teams?
Well, they're forced to play the players that didn't play the 1v1. So it's going to be Perry and Sulens taking on V-Bell and Majestic. They don't have a choice here. They have to play with those players. So situation's very awkward for them because they are forced, and the 2v2 has not been a great game mode for them. So they're really going to be forced into playing those players as we're going to go... Oh, and get kicked out. So I got kicked out of the lobby here. Are you still in the lobby, or did the lobby get, like...
I am still in the lobby, yes.
Alright, I got kicked out, so let me join back. Lobby things sorted out. So we'll join back in for game number 4 here. But again, they're forced to play those players in the 2v2. There you go. Apparently Sulens, V-Bell, and Majestic, and now they're forced to play these players, so... Now the question is kind of, are these players good enough for 2s? Well, they're starting off well. That's a great shot from Majestic.
And I think the real big difference right here for 100x35 Knight is that they don't have Mafia. They don't have that mechanical, like dominant mechanical presence on the field. With 2v2s, unlike 3v3s, you do have a lot more room on the field, with a little less worry of having somebody not be back in net. And I mean, we're going to see a lot of kickoff goals here as well. So Majestic is going to get the second goal here. V-Bell, neutral kickoff, a good cheat on the kickoff. I ended up finding a demo actually as well. Majestic able to follow up on the cheat, and already 2 goals in the span of 9 seconds. That's got to be a new record here for ATS Paradise Cup. But 2 goals in the first 9 seconds of the game, and we're already just starting this round. V-Bell on the right wall, 100 boost to his name, is going to look for a potential flip or reset, has to flip, can't use the reset efficiently. Perry looking for the clear down the field. Dangerous rotation here from V-Bell, rotating same side, limiting Majestic's plan of rotating. As Sulens off the play here, Majestic waiting for him to come down. Is Majestic letting V-Bell go for the challenge. Perry with the 50 back into the corner of Midwest Mafia. Clear back into the midfield. Sulens is there. Round to aerial play, is going to take it up high. But Majestic meets him there. Still 2-0 as V-Bell now on the left side of the field. He's going to look for a demo into Perry. Does not get the demo. Now the counterattack begins as Majestic forced to clear back into his own corner. And so far, we've found a little bit of a calm ground right now for 100x35 Knight as they are slowly trying to apply some pressure of their own.
V-Bell, oh, he doesn't really get a good touch on that one. Perry will chip this. Majestic will save. Perry with the boost. V-Bell doesn't have much. Oh, what a pass! Oh, there's no way he just hit that. Perry finds Sulens, and 100x35 Knights find their first of Game 4.
And yeah, here we go. Sulens getting the first goal here for 100x35 Knight. Of course, the assist chopping out to Perry. And of course, that's got to push some momentum here for 100x35 Knight. They are looking for the clean 4-0 sweep. They are trying to repeat history against Midwest Mafia, because I believe, Sporty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said that these two teams actually face each other for the ATS Cup, if I'm correct, right?
Well, these players specifically are both part of rosters that played against each other in ATS Season 3. So it was actually a Midwest Mafia Black is the roster that all 3 of the Midwest Mafia players are a part of here. V-Bell, Majestic, typical. But of course, they got swept in that match as well. So 135 Knight, they do have experience against these players. Maybe not the specific roster. I think it was slightly different, the roster that they faced off against. But 135 Knight, they know these players pretty well. They definitely know V-Bell and Majestic quite well. Those players played a lot, but of course, as you said, they haven't played against each other in 2v2s before. And as we can see, as you said, without Mafia, 135 Knight need to find someone else to really step up for them, and that's not an easy thing to do. Maybe it'd be Perry, maybe it'd be Sulens, who knows, but one of them has to step up and take that offensive role, because right now we're not really seeing it from either of them. And Midwest Mafia in a very, very calm position right now as they are leading, but they aren't leading by much.
Indeed, and I do like how Sulens approached that defensive play. He played it controlled. He had a dodge a demo. He saw the demo attempt coming in from, I believe it was Majestic, and then V-Bell following up. But I do like that approach, especially if you're in a 1v2 scenario. You have to kind of like adjust to the scenario that you're in. If you see somebody charging at you for the demo, you have to find a way to dodge it, whether it be jumping, whether it be moving out of the way, whatever the case may be. Set up your second player for the defensive clear, and that's exactly what Perry and Sulens did on defense. So that was something I gotta give props to for 100x35. But V-Bell right now off the sidewall, going in for a controlled aerial play. It's going to be met with a challenge as Sulens on the left side of the field. It's going to go for an infield pass over to Perry. Perry up for the aerial redirect, shut down actually by Majestic. It's a shot down the field to Sulens, controlling the ball in the midfield. Good bounce dribble play set up here. Goes back down to the ground, trying to find a demo again, but Majestic finding yet another save. Lots of saves so far off of a lot of shots in this game. But Majestic popping the ball up high.
And RX35 Knight still searching. They're going for a lot more 1v1 plays, is what I'm really noticing, but they're not really going to beat Midwest Mafia by 1v1s, because, I mean, this is a Midwest Mafia team that all have such good chemistry, such good rotations. They will have 2 players ready for your one, and that's what RX35 Knight is learning right now, is now they'll go for their own play. Dunk there, Sulens, with space. The shot not very good, though. V-Bell nearly got bumped off, but RX35 Knight still hold control. V-Bell clears it away. Perry will be waiting under this. Second touch looking. Majestic clears it away. Sulens. Perry, ooh, he's not going for the bump there, as Sulens was thinking he would. Now he's got to challenge this one, as V-Bell will get over top, but Perry has it. Low boost, still control. Fake under Majestic. Perry on target, and it's in. On an X35 Knight from 2 goals down, have tied this game up.
What a shot by Perry. I love that approach to it. Instead of taking it up the left wall, he saw Majestic was in an awkward position, jumped immediately off the wall, got it below the defender, and took a quick shot. I love that approach to it. 100x35 Knight. Now both players gain a goal to their name. Midwest Mafia, on the other hand, they're going to have to get this next goal here. They're going to have to reclaim this lead and definitely avoid overtime, because you do not want to go into overtime if you are Midwest Mafia. If you are 100x35 Knight, maybe you can afford it, but you do not want to afford it if you are Midwest Mafia, considering you're basically having to pull off a reverse sweep in order to win, to continue in this tournament here. But Sulens, for the challenge, does beat out Majestic. Vbel is in the corner. He's going to take it down the opposite corner. He's going to look to drive down. Forces the 50 on the sidewall. 34 boost in the tank here. Shot to the back. We're looking for the double, but Perry is there. This is awkward position. Dangerous territory here for 100x35 Knight, but they control it back into their corner. Love to see it. Vbel, there's one boost in the tank here. He's going to have to rotate back here as Majestic now clearing it to the left side of the field. Majestic on the follow-up off the ceiling. Perry's going to control that touch here, popping it up high. Sulens on the rotation back here. Vbel up for the aerial play. Perry there for the touch, denied by Vbel. Here's an opportunity. Ball still hasn't touched the ground. Majestic's in pay, but Perry clearing it out of the way. Sulens now looking for the dribble, denied by Majestic, and we have overtime. Midwest Mafia, they have to score this goal or else they are out.
That's the situation they're in, and you mentioned about that pressure that they're going to feel. I mean, not only do they have to score here, they also have to win Game 5. Then they have to win Game 6, the game mode that Knight's going to choose, very likely the 1v1 game mode. If we were to get to that point, then it would be Game 7, and complete the reverse sweep without feeling that much fatigue. The task seems almost impossible for Midwest Mafia, but it has happened. It hasn't happened yet in ATS history, but it definitely can happen. 100x35 Knight, though, not looking to let history be made against them here. Vbel, bad touch, will be saved away. Majestic helps him out. Now Perry getting that demo, opening up space for Sulens. One's a beat, gets past Vbel. Majestic off the respawn. Perry to shoot, saved away. Midwest Mafia keeping themselves in it. Now they'll go 2v2 the other way. Gets over one, pass in front, will not collect. Sulens holds control, left in front for Perry. He'll just send this away. Ooh. Sulens will not get there in time as 135 Knight not going back, not leaving the play. Midwest Mafia have got a stronghold right now on that ball, but it really could go either way. And the longer this overtime runs, the more and more intense, the more and more emotion is put on this. Majestic, flip reset, demoed out. Perry will prevent that follow-up from Vbel, and we keep going.
And yeah, you saw the wheels spinning, you saw the cogs turning. Midwest Mafia, they look like they're about to take that game, the point that they needed in overtime here. A good challenge here denied by Sulens, but yeah, Midwest Mafia, the pressure right now, the nerves must be piling up right now. Sulens looking for the flip reset. It's going to be denied. They don't want a repeat of history. They don't want to lose again to the same roster. It's a shot on target. It's going to be denied by Perry. Right now, we are approaching the 2-minute mark right now, and you know, I'm going to actually quote something, Sporty, you said. I heard it was in the group stages when you were casting. Is which player is going to be the hero, right? Which player is going to make that sacrifice? Which player is going to risk it for the biscuit here to get this overtime goal? Because essentially, somebody is going to have to make a mistake. Somebody is going to have to get the goal, and right here, Vbel is going to be the hero of the night here. Vbel getting the overtime goal, the only goal to his name here. But yeah, Vbel now basically setting up a potential reverse sweep right here. And yeah, Midwest Mafia, they pulled out the hero card and they won game number 4. Midwest Mafia
said they were able to take game 4. We go back to the 3v3s, so hugely important for them to do well. And it really does matter for all these teams to find that kind of space. Game 5 of the series, we go back to 3v3, and Falcons, I mean, so far it's been very close, those 3v3 game modes. 135 Knight again can win the series here. It was a very close 2v2. And mind you, now that they have Nuafi back and can play him for every other game from now on, Midwest Mafia may have gotten a break in Game 5 because he wasn't playing. They're not going to get that break anymore.
Indeed, I mean it's kind of like regaining a lethal weapon, a part of your arsenal, right? I mean, you look at 100x35 Knight. They're a powerful team when they've been playing 3v3. We went into this game so far thinking that Midwest Mafia would be leading in the 3v3 department, but 100x35 not only surpassing expectations, but completely dominating the expectations in the 3v3 department. But one thing I want to talk about, this one thing that definitely changed from the previous games that we saw was the difference between ball possession, boost consumption, and the field domination. We saw a lot more smaller touches here from Midwest Mafia. We saw much closer possessional plays from Midwest Mafia. They kept the ball relatively close, and whenever they would hit the ball down the field with power, they would at least link it up with a passing play like what we saw in that overtime goal. So that is something that worked well in 2v2. I do believe if they replicate that 2v2 method in that 3v3 game mode, I think that will work, if as long as you can keep the ball away from the Wafi, a very mechanical player, and don't give him any space. That is definitely something that they can do.
Game 5 of this best of 7 series, and these teams just getting ready for it. It's going to be a close matchup as well. Again, I mean, this is going to be exciting to say the very least. I'm really excited to see how things will go. Again, a incredibly tense series so far. No 35 Knight may have had the advantage early on, but now that things are starting to come back just a little bit more. This is where it comes down to. We are having some tech issues here while we wait on these teams.
Yep.
And again, while we do wait on them here, Falcons, again, this is game 5 of this series. We saw Midwest Mafia lose earlier on game 5. You know, we don't want to have this happen again. And again, while this happened again, you gotta go support Spartan Dragon, who's got Q Up Mana PTR. So he's got a great match over there. Q Up Mana trying to make their spot in the grand finals. They go up against PTR, who are the hopefuls that have fought from the lower side of the bracket.
Yep. And that is, if I do remember correctly, that is also the first semifinals match as well. We had Q Up Mana. They took out Midwest Mafia, the exact team that we're watching here. They beat them 4-1. So we may have a potential rematch in the grand final if Midwest Mafia can pull off the reverse sweep. But again, they have so much mountains to climb. They have so much land to cover that they just need that. They need that stretch right now. They need to pull off quite literally what Energy did a long time ago. And yeah, Midwest Mafia, it all started with that last game, and it has to continue with this game, but you have to find your way around the Wafi. So far, he's already leading right now, 12 points on top of the leaderboard. Of course, that will change throughout the next 4 minutes, but the Wafi already showing signs of dominance on the offense, taking it down the field. Perry here shutting down that play. Majestic, we're going to clear it down the field, but again, last game, the thing that worked well for Midwest Mafia was the possession, being behind the ball, controlling the ball on offense, making sure you can get your passes. Those are just some examples of what Midwest Mafia did last game that they didn't really do in the previous 3v3 game modes and 1v1 game modes that they did here. But they're going to have to continue that strategy come this game here, and they so far already doing that. Good clear to the right side of the field. Perry 58 boost in the tank, will rotate back. Majestic going for a little bit of an aerial play. A flip reset shot on target is actually going to go in. What a shot!
I think that may have hit off a 175 Knight Defender as well. I think it hit 2 of them actually before it went in. They had that as well. But you can tell they pushed up a bit too high, and Solenz and Perry both wanted that one. It should have been Perry who had that touch. Solenz took it away and then inadvertently scored on his own net. So Midwest Mafia slowly trying to get their way back into this one. Again, reminder, if they can win this game 5, 175 might have the choice for game 6, and now tonight is gone, and it is not a place I would want to be. Midwest Mafia, they're going to need to find more like that, because 175 Knight aren't going to take too kindly to them getting scored on early. As typical, dangerously in front of his own net. Knight still waiting on them here as Perry off the side wall, still Perry to the back wall. Perry, oh yeah, that is disgusting. And Knights have awoken. Perry to the back wall and without hesitation.
Yeah, no, that was a disgusting play I just saw. Perry, a beautiful double touch as well. Very thin margin of error there to get that double touch. He angled his car perfectly to get that spike down to get the goal here. Nawafi going to show his mechanical prowess here, ceiling pincher into a double touch attempt. If I didn't know any better, I feel like I'm watching like freestylers play because I'm so used to my C1 ranking, but I feel like this is like a freestyle lobby in a way because of the level of mechanical abilities that these players have in the lobby. But yeah, right now we are still tied up 1-1. This is again the lower quarterfinals matchup for the ATS Paradise Cup 2, of course sponsored by Team Evo. But yeah, the winner of this will move on, and they will be facing off against Bubble Guppy Snackers, which is, I want to take a moment just to talk about a very dominant team. A very dominant team, Sporty. They 4-0'd 100x Y2K, which has also been a very strong team. They were top of their division, and I mean, right now, you got a team like Midwest Mafia, who is also a dominant force. They have to win. They have to win this reverse sweep if they want to continue their path forward. And we're going to see the second goal actually be scored, this time by Majestic. And yeah, so far they are reclaiming the lead 2-1. And Vibo, it's going to look to continue that push forward.
Well, and X35 Knight just trying to keep those challenges going. Typical. Up for Majestic to go. 135 Knight. Leaving this. No Wafi. V-Bell. Wafi gonna look to hit this back for Perry. Off the back wall. Sulenz. Sulenz still! No Wafi! Tie game all over again in 135 Knight. They do this so well. When they have one shot on net, they don't leave it with that. They keep going. They turn around. They press again. And they always find ways to get someone involved. Just so happens that so oftentimes it's Nawafi who scores on those plays. But it really isn't Nawafi who makes those plays happen. It's the teamwork, it's the chemistry, and it's the suffocation that they bring to Midwest Mafia.
Exactly, and I gotta give credit when credit's due. Sulen's a beautiful pressure push there. Not only did he push the ball towards the net, but he also touched the ball in a way that it would slow down the ball's momentum, and the defender was expecting the defender was expecting a powerful touch, but the fact that he slowed it down put the defender in the awkward position, allowing that opening to basically show itself, and Nawafi capitalizing on that opportunity. We are back to a 2-2 game, so still pretty even. Typical going for a solo play here, but Sulen's able to get a save. Just a quick pass over to Typical. Typical with the redirect, but that's going to be saved away again by Nawafi. As Perry now on the counterattack play on the left side of the field. He's going to have Sulenz backing him up as the second person in rotation, but that's going to be a double commit from 100x35 Knight. Majestic trying to clear it down the field as he gets it past two defenders, going for a cuxer down the field. Is going to pass Perry. He's going to roll on the back wall of 100x Knight. Sulen's off the ceiling, going to pass over to Nawafi. A dangerous play considering Typical is right, front, and center. As Majestic now looking for a controlled ground dribble play, gets a demo on Sulen. Sulen's now respawning left side, gets back into the action, but it's not going to be enough. V-Bell getting the third goal here for Midwest Mafia. A good demo there to open up the field a little bit. Getting around the defender. Sulen's right off the respawn. Nawafi having to reverse half flip to get the save. Couldn't get it in time. And the third goal going to Midwest Mafia. Very back and forth series so far.
It is, and Midwest Mafia, again, waking up, warming up, getting into this game. That's a really close shot. Sulenz was not happy to see that one go towards net. And next 35 Knight again. Reminder, are one goal aim away from winning this. They won the first 3 games. They really don't want to lose this either, because that momentum can flip so quickly in a CplMonkeyshines format. As Nawafi, still Nawafi, still Nawafi. Oh, that's just gonna fall by to the wayside. But again, next 35 Knight creating chances, creating opportunities. They'd love to just not have to go to Game 6, not even deal with Game 6. But it's their choice, it's their effort, it's Sulenz, it's V-Bell, it's Majestic, and it's Midwest Mafia away. 40 seconds to go. Midwest Mafia lead by 1, and X35 Knight starting to get a little bit more nervous. They've got to make a chance. Solo plays are really all that they're going for at this point. And, well, it has worked. I want to see that teamwork. I want to see them push players upfield, really throw in that opportunity, see if it works, because the way it has worked is whenever they can really commit aggressively. As Nawafi looking in, Nawafi still, V-Bell will collect, and X35 Knight still pushed away, as, again, they just haven't been able to utilize each other nearly as well.
Yeah, and right now the timer is dwindling down. They know that, Midwest Mafia knows that, both teams know it. They have to get this goal ASAP. They have to keep this ball alive in the air. Nawafi keeps it to the left side of the field, but that ball is going to get spiked down. We saw at the very end, 100x35, a beautiful pass back as well to create some team play push, a switch of play style, going from that solo play style, solo push upfield to passing back and setting up a ground to aerial play. We saw that at the very end, but it didn't make much of it. 100x35 Knight, unfortunately, will not be winning this game here. However, Midwest Mafia, they're going to be taking another game. Now, again, we were talking about the potential of a reverse sweep. This is definitely a step continuing in the right direction for Midwest Mafia. Now, only 2 games away from pulling off a potential reverse sweep, but we do still have to look at 100x35 Knight, 1 game away. Any game can potentially push them, and the fact that they now have the ball in their court, they can potentially choose a 1v1 right here. Nawafi, he's very lethal on the field in 1v1s, but we did see what they could pull out for Midwest Mafia, so only time will tell to see what they'll do. But what do you think the route will have to be, Sporty? What game do you think we'll choose?
ones, quite clearly, because they won that game mode. And also because, again, they have Mafia. I know I've been hyping him up. There's a reason I've been hyping him up. He's a good 1v1 player. They'd have a much better chance at that because they won that game mode than they would in the 2v2. This also means teams can also change things up. We'll see Midwest Mafia maybe change who they play in the 1v1, but it looks like it is 1v1 because Mafia's already joined in. So it's ones. He plays against Majestic. So they are, I think, changing it up here for Midwest Mafia. They're bringing Majestic rather than typical. So a change up here as well. And, well, I don't blame Midwest Mafia for it. Why not? Throw someone else in, see if it works.
Yeah, considering Midwest Mafia did lose the 1v1 game, a new face, a new strategy on the field, ones is really just up to the player. You can't really consider no teamwork in ones because you are quite literally by yourself. So if you change that one player, you're changing an entire team's playstyle. And if you're changing something that crucial that can change the fate of the tournament, that is a huge choice that they have to make. And the fact that they chose Majestic means that they have something up their sleeve. They know how Nawafi plays. They're very smart. Midwest Mafia, again, they have been an org that has been around since IGL days. I know that's a term a lot of people might not know, but
we're all
IGL,
so old over
like,
here. we're the old people of Rocket League over here, and everybody else is like, what's that again?
Yeah, but hey, Majestic, I mean, he's going to pull a magic trick out of his sleeve. He's going to get a 45-degree flick, a beautiful setup there. Midwest Mafia getting the first goal here in this game. And yeah, I do think the strategy right now to this is Majestic is a player who is up in your face. He is one to challenge the ball. He is not afraid to get up close and personal. And by going for these challenges, really shutting down the roots of opportunity, it really does make Nawafi go for these challenges and go for these routes much sooner. As you saw here, we saw a pre-jump challenge by Majestic. It did get shut down, but Nawafi quick to the recovery, a full volley past Majestic to get the goal. And yeah, as long as Majestic can keep the close game, if he can force these 50s, if he can force these goals to be in his favor, then he could definitely turn this around. And I do see a Game 7 on the horizon, but again, he has to be up in Nawafi's face. He has to make his presence known.
And it is 135 Knight who will be waiting and waiting. Midwest Mafia who want to be able to make those challenges. X35, Nawafi, yeah, that's that's unsavable. That is quite literally unsavable. Good luck to you, Majestic. I don't think we're gonna be seeing many people ever react to that kind of a flick.
Yeah, that was a flyer. 114 kph, a powerful top corner flick too. I mean, that is pure training. That is what I strive to be. Nawafi, beautiful flick there. Nawafi is going to set up possibly another play here. Ground to aerial play. Looking for a bump play. No bump needed, actually, as Majestic unable to get the save. Nawafi now leading by 2. 3:47 on the clock. Still plenty of time as anything can go in a 1v1 matchup. Of course, Nawafi looking for that ground to aerial setup. He has hit some nasty bump plays before, so it was interesting to see if he goes that bump play route more or if he goes for the flicking route, because those are two mechanical plays that he is very familiar and very common with that he can hit pretty consistently. This is a quick shot here. Whew.
Me too. I mean, geez, I will say this: I do not envy Majestic's position right now. Again, having to play instead of Typical for that 1v1. Typical probably not playing because he lost the 1v1 earlier. He's probably not very happy. And we see teams do this a lot, where roster doesn't work. The second time they get to play that game mode, they often like to make those changes. But oftentimes, it doesn't change up the result too often. Midwest Mafia need to hope for something miraculous to happen for them here. Still a lot of time to play, but it's quite literally Nawafi who is bullying Majestic right now. And again, unless Majestic can find something to work, can really put his mind to it, it is a very, very tough road ahead of him. As he'll just doink this one out. Nawafi still keeping ball possession, and really that's all Nawafi's playing for, is ball possession. As long as he holds on to it, Majestic's just not going to beat him.
Indeed, as both players just have a moment of silence there, nobody really moving. Nawafi, he is a player that can turn something from nothing to something, right? He's a player that can speed up the pace whether he wants to or not. And I mean, like I do gotta appreciate how Nawafi approaches things as well. He controls boost on the field. If he knows he has boost, if he knows he can grab the boost, he does grab it. But it's going to be Majestic who's actually going to be grabbing the goal here. He grabs a demo in the corner, which opened up the field a lot. Realized it, turned around sharply, and Nawafi, great awareness, turning straight to the goal. He knew he got demoed. He had to go to the goal, but he couldn't get the save in time. And yeah, like the thing I want to talk about Nawafi is, especially in the first half of the game, is that he had a lot of boost management in that first half of the game. There was a moment where Majestic was low on boost. He was stuck past not even 25 boosts in his tank, and basically Nawafi, instead of going for the challenge, he went for the corner boost, and he basically took away any opportunity of a recovery away, as we're going to see a little bit of a mechanical play here. Went for a flip reset, recovered, went for a flick instead, got it over Majestic, a good recovery as well. That is something Nawafi has been popping off with, is his recoveries.
As you said as well, what a nice little pop-up there. There's a little flick to get things going. And again, Nawafi, you've said it already, he's good at flicks, and he's really, really good. Well, he said he's good at pop, he's good at flicks, he's good at plays, he's good at being fast, and he's good at finding ways to score again. And look at this. Oh,
yeah, he's gonna slow down the ball.
He is waiting for Majestic. Now who scores? Oh my, Nawaf, that is... I mean, I don't blame him for that. He's only leading by a small amount. He knows every second matters being in this game, but he wants to go to that next matchup, take on the Bubble Guppies, Snackers, and he's getting closer and closer to being there.
Yeah, and right now Nawafi, he knows that he has a lead. He's just trying to run down the clock. He knows he just needs one more game, and then he moves on in the tournament. As Nawafi right now, the confidence surging to his veins. He's going to go off the ceiling for a reset. Initially faked the initial challenge, but then got the goal. Mafia driving straight to the ceiling. Went for what looked like a potential reset, but had it right behind the defender. Beautiful goal here. 6-2 game. 1:48 left on the clock here.
Yeah, and at this point for Nawafi, I wonder if he just plays with time here. Just plays to keep that ball away, because Majestic's got to play all in on the aggression. He does get the demo, but and all Nawafi really has to do is waste out that clock. That would be where Majestic's road will end, as Nawafi 7-2. And it feels like it has finally gotten away from Majestic. 135 Knights, I mean, they made the call for 1v1s. I'm not surprised by this in any way. Are you surprised at all, Falcons?
I'm not surprised. I've seen what Nawafi could do in Game 2 and Game 6 of the previous round that I casted, but I am surprised at the change of pace that Nawafi can do. Like, he went from being the person who is calm, cool, and collective to all of a sudden in your face rushing the challenge, right? Because he usually waits for the flicks, he usually sets up his plays and gets a powerful flicks and mechanical plays, but like Nawafi, like we saw Majestic trying to set up a play. You said it yourself. Majestic has to go for the aggression, and Nawafi knows that. So the simple way to do that is by meeting him with the aggression, meeting him on the challenge, being there quicker, and basically making Majestic play at his own pace, which is very fast. So I think that is just what Nawafi is really good at. He's going to take it to the right wall, and right now, I mean, we're going to close out this 1 minute remaining. This is a 5-goal differential. Nothing, well, 4-goal now. It's a 4-goal differential now, but like, anything is still possible. We do still have 55 minutes on the clock, but when we're talking about the way Nawafi's playing right now, Majestic is still going to be a huge uphill climb.
You said it's an uphill battle. It's going to be a tough one, to say the very least. And as you said as well, Nawafi just playing his way, getting away with it too. It's what he's known for. He's such a calm player in ones, and it's really annoying to play against him because he just does things so consistently as he keeps it away, dribbles this one, wasting out every last second off the clock. Nawafi, 30 seconds to go. At this point, in a celebratory mood because he knows he's got life and Plexi ahead of him in that 1v1 battle, but the Midwest Mafia, their road is over. Their night is over. From the upper portion, now out of the tournament, 135 Knights will take them down in Game 6. The potential for a reverse sweep was going to be tough. As such, they will not be able to complete it. And our next match on the stream will be Bubble Guppy Strikers versus 135 Knights. Nawafi leading his team to at least a top 4 finish. And now they got to go up against one of the top teams here. I love this from them. They're just having a fun. They're really wasting time here. As well.
Both of them were holding it together. You know, they were celebrating right now. They're gonna keep it up actually. So, guys, get your timers out.
There we go. I literally jumped in the match. I was like, I'm gonna jump in the match and get that away from them, but no, they're gonna let this drop. I was about to jump in and take the ball away from them, but that ends Game 6. 135 Knight wins 7-3, and they take the series as well with that. Red Falcons, 6 games, they get their win. That's a great performance from them, and seriously, I have to say, very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I love the ending right there where both players were just like locked in with each other holding the ball. It looked like they were just holding hands together. But yeah, no, the very, very close series nonetheless. I mean, you look at very mechanical players like Nawafi, and you just really have to choose. I think, honestly, and this might be a very controversial thing to say, I think the start of the disaster was game two. That choice to do 1v1 that early, I think, was definitely the start of a potential downfall um for Midwest Mafia, because Midwest Mafia, they have a strong roster, but to start off game two with a 1v1, especially when it was their choice against the Wafi of a very strong mechanical player, I think that might have been a very poor choice to do. I think you should have taken a 2v2 route, build up some momentum in 2v2, and then realize that, hey, you have the momentum. Let's come back to a game mode that we're more familiar with in a 3v3 setting and get a more even like matchup. But yeah, game number two, I think, was the start of a pretty dangerous series.
As you said, as well, and we're gonna quickly go to break here. Bubble Guppy Snackers. I just call them snipers. That's a new one. Bubble Guppy Snackers taking on 175 Knights in the best of 7. And again, a big match coming up here. The semifinals on the stream again. On the other side, Queue Up Mana taking on PTR. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we get to see probably the number 1 overall team taking on one of the best teams out of the ATS Apex Cup. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to the ATS Paradise Cup 2, sponsored by Team Evo. Joining me now, CplMonkeyshines. And, we changed from animals here. We had a falcon earlier, now we got a monkey. And we've got the semifinals, the Bubble Guppy Snackers taking on 100x35 Knight in our next best of 7. The bracket's not actually refreshed. There we go. They take on 100x35 Knight. On the other side, CplMonkeyshines. They get on PTR. This is for a spot in the grand finals and a spot in that prize pool. Bubble Guppy Snackers, we haven't seen them yet. But you've seen them, CplMonkeyshines. These guys are no joke. And I think that lineup will tell you just why.
Yeah, absolutely not. I got to see him a little bit earlier on versus 100x35 Y2K, and yeah, they did end up sweeping. Great efforts, though, by Y2K, but ultimately we got to see him 3v3 and then a 1v1 between Guard and Utterbig, pardon. That was a fantastic matchup. Went to overtime, but then it was a 3v3 again, went 3-0, and then you had Plexi and Life out there in the 2v2 situation. And again, I knew that'd be a bit of a struggle for Y2K. It very much was. So yeah, and also we did see, by the way, a couple disconnects from Plexi as well, but it really didn't end up biting them too bad. But ultimately, yeah, these are some heavy hitters.
Yeah, and I think one of the scary things for 100x35 Knight is one of their weapons tonight, very obviously, has been Mafia. He's a really, really good 1v1 player. Now you gotta go up against Life and Plexi, who are even better 1v1 players on paper. So that weapon they have of winning the 1v1 games, that's what allowed them to win against Midwest Mafia. They took both 1v1 games against them. They don't have that anymore now in the semifinals because they've got Plexi and Life. Now their best option may be 2v2. And for 100x35 Knight, they've got a lot less options here because the Bubble Guppy Snackers are that good. But the one thing they do have on them, they've been waiting. Bubble Guppy Snackers have been waiting for 2 hours for this match. They've been waiting a lot longer than they wanted to. They're coming in cold. They're going to need everything they can do to just warm up into the series, and then they got to be able to take down a very good team.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're sitting around waiting for that duration, you're trying to jump in free play. You're doing everything you can to keep your mind right, to keep your mitts warm and everything like that. You don't want to be hanging around. You want to be doing something constantly. But for 2 hours, free play for 2 hours, that's unless you got a good podcast or something like to listen to, or a nice something in terms of music or whatever. But even then, you want to go out, you want to play, and this has been a long duration. I'm curious how this is ultimately going to affect them. It's going to be a challenge, but ultimately, I mean, this is a team that can work through that if anybody can in this tournament.
Yeah, and a fun thing is, as well, we're trying to get these players in as fast as possible because CplMonkeyshines' matchup is close to being over. They're leading 3-1 in that series, and they're winning. They're right now leading in Game 5. So CplMonkeyshines might also have to be part of the team that way. They've been waiting for about an hour for their match. They probably might have to wait even longer for this grand finals, as we're going to get everybody in this lobby as soon as possible here for our semi-finals. Again, it's 100x35 Knight taking on the Bubble Guppies Snackers in a best of 7 series. So we've got some really, really fun players, a really good matchup. Again, that prize pool, $250. It's 180 for first, 70 for second. One of these two teams will get a part of that prize pool. The other will be eliminated.
Yeah, and we've been so blessed to have just absolutely tremendous matchups, tremendous teams here as well. Again, some unfortunate delays here and there, but the crew battle format's been fantastic. That element of strategy, of course, that's been great. And when you have players of this caliber, when you have teams of this caliber, it only lends itself to tremendous matchups for us to cast, tremendous matchups for people to watch. And I have no doubt this is going to be another one. Was watching the recent one that you and Falcon were casting, and I said, oh my gosh, if this moves on to what we were expecting going into this evening, oh my gosh, heck of a matchup. That may very well be for it all. Might ultimately be kind of a de facto championship series. No shade being thrown to PTR or CplMonkeyshines whatsoever there. But this right here, it's hard to say. My question for you, my guy, is does this go the distance? I don't think that we're seeing a sweep. I don't even know that we're seeing 5.
I do think 100x35 Knight are good enough to beat BGS. They have not had a great tournament in terms of the 3v3 game modes. Overall, as a roster, they have experience together, but they as a roster are more so 3 really good players. And the thing is, that's true for 100x35 Knight as well. Both these rosters are rosters that like to really have the individuals show up. So I do agree. I think 100x35 can take a game. I still think it's going to be a relatively quick series for BGS. They are playing a very similar playstyle. I would actually think the 4-0 would be more likely than the 4-3. I think this could be a 4-1 series. I don't think it's going to last that long unless 100x35 Knight can somehow pull a win in the 2v2 matchup and sneak one out in 3s. It's probably going to be a relatively quick series. It's really up to Knight to perform here because this is a tough match and these players are already joining. So our semi-finals is here. 135 Knight taking on the Bubble Guppies Snackers. The winner of this takes on the winner of Q Up Mana and PTR in the grand finals. A best of 7. Here we go. Grand finals awaits the winner of these two. Will it be the #1 seed or the top team in the ATS Apex Cup?
Well, you talk about delays again, just unfortunately kind of waiting around. You kind of wonder if the winner of the other semis is maybe rooting for that 4-0 sweep. Like you said, it is very much a thing. I didn't necessarily think we'd see it with Y2K. Thought they may very well get a dub under their belt. Not the case. But again, the tone truly set for this crew, for BGS, for Bubble Guppy Snackers out there early. In the previous contest, they handled business there early on. Once they went to a 1-0, or not a 1-0, excuse me, when they went to a 1v1 situation, that really kind of felt like that's where it would begin and end. That really ended up being the situation. I'm curious if they get this game 1 dub, if they opt to go back to that 1v1 situation again.
Yeah, 175 Knights. If they were to have to choose a game mode, I feel like they could choose ones, honestly. And the thing is, and the reason why is because Nuafi can beat Life. Now, it doesn't happen very often, but it might be better than having Nuafi and probably Perry playing against Life and Plexi. Because Life and Plexi used to be 135 teammates. They used to be teammates on 135 esports main roster, and they're a pretty scary duo, as you can see right now. Plexi sending it up to Life. The shot not very strong though, and the Bubble Guppy Snackers as a team just playing and waiting. They're just waiting right now for those mistakes. They aren't really coming, but as we said, this BGS team really good solo as Life double tap, and he makes it look easy. Life, I mean, we know that he can do this, but every time he does, it still impresses me.
Just sucks the life out of the defense. And again, to your point a little bit earlier, Life and Plexi, that is a dynamic duo that ultimately ended up killing the previous series. That was the final matchup, and they made it look pretty darn easy. And kicking us off here 1-0 now in favor of BGS, and again, looking so fantastically impressive doing that. Just oh my goodness, pitch between Perry and Nawafi. But again, if you are 100x, you got to take it one game at a time, one play at a time. You can't afford these folks to get into your head. Solid's able to tie us up here 1-all, 3:15. Let's go in our game #1.
Yeah, and it's back and forth, but a double commit there. Life and Ultra really push. That's one of the things about these higher ranked teams that really annoys me is just how often they overcommit for offense. These higher ranked teams love to take those kind of risks. And generally speaking, teams like Knight, if they can play a little bit more defensive, they can take full advantage of the fact that this Bubble Guppies team is willing to overcommit, is willing to play exceptionally high up on the field for that offense. So it's something that they've got to be willing to recognize, but not an easy thing to do as they're going to shoot this down. Plexi will recover and will be left midfield. 135 Knight. Again, getting the chances on offense, it's better than nothing, but again, I feel like they're going to have really the most success whenever the Bubble Guppy Snackers start to push up even higher for those goals. There's a bad pass there. It's a wide open net. Oh, Saloon's missed it. Here goes a shot. Saved by Ultor. And 135 Knight, they needed that. That was a wide open net. They can't be missing those.
Absolutely not. I mean, the opportunities are going to be there for them, but they have to convert. Kickback by Nawafi, and indeed, 100x35 Knight. And there you see the 1v1 skill right there. Set away, unfortunately, by Ultra back down to Nawafi. Nawafi collects, and there's no Nawafi taking on Life. Maybe something that we see here in the future. I'm not sure, but a heck of a start if that is in fact the case. But 100x now, 2-1 just at halftime here in our opening contest.
There's an 135 Knight. What an impressive showing it would be. And they would be able to find a win here as Ultor. Life, Plexi, that one, a little misdirection, but great job from Perry to read that one. And again, this is a 135 Knight team. They know these players quite well. They've had to play each other before in a lot of tournaments. And again, usually this Bubble Guppies team would have that advantage, but with it being crew battles, it's not 3v3s only anymore. There's a lot more into this. There's 2s, there's 1s, there's a lot more momentum swinging as well. And again, this 165 Knight roster needs to play for time, but Plexi playing for net. Shot wide, Ultra keeps it up for Life. Nawafi beat, Perry beat, left in front, so Lens doesn't have this one. 165 Knight scrambling to get it away as the Bubble Guppy Snackers. Again, right now 1 goal down, but they're really hunting for that next one, and honestly, I wouldn't put it against them. They definitely feel like a team that would be willing to get that.
Yeah, welcome on in, folks, from Spartan Dragon Stream. This game #1 between 100x35 Knight and Bubble Guppy Snackers. This, folks, the Ascent Tournament Series Paradise Cup Crew Battles brought to you by the fine folks at Team Evo right now. 100x35, as you can see out there to that 1-goal lead, and no doubt clinging to it at this point, but you can see the patience, you can see the confidence that the Bubble Guppy Snackers have, but truly testament to what 100x35 has been able to provide. Sullens get on the board yet again, the savior plus just oneself of the hat trick as well, and Knight, like you said, they gotta capitalize on the opportunities. One we saw earlier, not so much, but it seems like now they are truly clicking.
As you said, it seems like they're now really clicking, and with that ending, it has to. My guess is that Q Up Mana just won as well. So, with the likelihood that it's Q Up Mana waiting in that grand final, someone's gonna come back against them. Oh my life, that's a great flip reset. And the Bubble Guppy Snackers, I mean, they may not have the strongest 3v3 mentality, but hey, if they can pull off plays like this, they're never out of it.
And honestly, Life's been doing that all evening long. I saw Plexi doing it, saw Life doing that. That has really been their bread and butter this evening. The other thing that I noticed a little bit earlier on, and I'm curious to see if that transferred, we saw a lot of fake flicks, and they never really pulled the trigger on that. They never opted to go high. So that was tremendous use of offense there by BGS. So I'm curious to see if that continues on. Plexi with a carry there, sent out, up and over, but Sullen's going to be able to send that one away. So again, control really been the name of the game thus far for this group, for BGS, over the course of the evening. That challenge set back down there to Sullens, but Alter are going to be able to corral it. Kick high now by Perry. Alter out there with 100 in tank. Looking for the carry out again. Nawafi kicks up now, and right now pressure being put on by 100x35 Knight. And if they can carry on here, they can hold on to this lead. My goodness, what a huge dub this would be in game number 1.
Yeah, but a great save there, and out goes Plexi to keep this away. Chance for Bubble Guppy Snackers to tie up game 1. Pass to Life, he will get to this one. Chance to go left in front. It's a bit too high for Plexi, and he has to delay his challenge, leaving it for Life. Time running out, a demo in that, but Knights will take this away. They've won the 3v3, and the choice now up to the Bubble Guppy Snackers. 135 Knight, they needed this win. They've done just that.
Well, we saw there, not panic or anything, but definitely controlled chaos there late in the game by BGS, attempting, a couple of demo goals there, as it looks like we're going to be shifting to 2, so no doubt we're going to see that Life Plexi combination. No idea why we would not, but yeah, we did see, Knight earlier on in the matchup. It looks like there may have been a little bit of nerves, a little bit of jitters, but ultimately they were able to settle down, take advantage, go out to that 3-2 lead, or 3-1 lead, big pardon, and they were able to hold on there, almost the double savior there as well for Knight. But here we are. It is game number 2. It is in fact 2s. Again, folks, if you're not familiar with the format, it is every odd game going to be 3s between there, 2s, 4s, etc. It is going to be a decision of 1s and 2s from the losing squad. So here you have 100x35 Knight. It will be Perry and Sullens taking on Plexi and Life. And if you were around earlier on, Plexi and Life, the duo that ultimately dismissed 100x35 Y2K, they will not be able to do that, at least in terms of the series, but they can at the very least get BGS on the series scoreboard.
Yeah, they definitely could, and as we mentioned, this is a scary duo, but the thing about this is that they are risking that 1v1 now without Ultor. And 135 Knight, they have Nawafi. They're saving him for the 1v1, so our 1v1 is going to be Nawafi versus Ultor. Ultor, I don't know how good he is at ones. I know Plex and Life are really good. I don't know how good Ultor is at ones. I know he's really good at freeze. I know he does play a good amount of 2v2. I don't know how much 1v1 he plays. So, this is a weird trade-off, because for Knight, I'm not surprised at playing Nawafi. Even for the 1v1, that's the game mode he is very good at, and both Sullens and Perry do play a lot of 2v2s. But for Bubble Guppy Snackers, I don't know Ulter's skill in 1v1, so I think BGS really playing this more so that they can have a game mode that they know they're going to be just fine in, taking this, tying the series up, because reminder, if we were to go to game 6, which really doesn't seem that unlikely now that 135 Knight took game 1, Bubble Guppy Snackers can play whoever they want, and you better believe it's going to be either Life or Plexi waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will tell you, we had the opportunity to see Ultor play 1s. We had the opportunity, like I say, to see this dynamic duo of Plexi and Life play 2s. Like I say, Plexi and Life ultimately taking that game 4 earlier on, but we did get to see Ultor taking on guards. And I will say this, guard actually ended up going full Pac-Man, getting all the hundreds all over the place, but Ultor, great use of boost management, picking up the pennies, tremendous gameplay. I mean, I don't know how often they hang around the 1 circuit, how often they're going out there playing 1s matches, but you could have fooled me if you said, hey, this is an individual that's been going out there, has been putting in the work in 1s, and honestly, this is a trifecta. Honestly, you get Plexi, you get Life out there in 2s. Ultor, I think, may be able to handle business in 1s, but Sullens taking the pain right back to this crew, BGS. And again, how huge is it? 100x35 able to get on the board, throwing hands with this duo from BGS. 3:34 left to go. We are tied.
I'm looking at chat as well. Apparently, Dan's in chat. Hello, by the way, say hello to Dan, who's part of the Beantop team who played this. He actually knows a good amount. He said that Ultra actually recently played against Daniel in a 1-4 and actually made it really close. So maybe not as bad of a choice as I thought it was. Ultra obviously does know his 1-4 skill. So you know what? Maybe this choice wasn't so hard for the Bubble Guppy Snackers. Anyways, here is Selen's little classy flip, stopped by Plexi, and look at this, keeping the dribble. BGS waiting here, and now it's Plexi. Flick over one. Perry waiting on the end of this, but it's Life. Gonna play to the sidewall, beat by Perry. Plexi waiting back, but X35 keeping that control, looking for the passes, and you can really tell a lot more team play with them. But Bubble Guppy Snackers, they can always 1v2 this team, and X35 Knight, they have done well to play defensive. They've kept up aggression, and I like that they're playing aggressive because it means that by definition, Bubble Guppy Snackers aren't going to have nearly as many opportunities on offense. It's not going to be nearly as aggressive out of them. And again, for 175, I think it's smart. You got to prevent this Bubble Guppy's team from having offense.
Yeah, and Dan also made a great point as well. Live currently top 100 in twos. Not especially shocking. I mean, we absolutely expected fantastic gameplay from Life and Plexi. But yeah, I mean, to have a pair of individuals so comfortable in twos, and then an individual so comfortable in ones. I mean, there's a reason we came into this thing thinking, yeah, this may very well be the victor overall in BGS. But tonight's testament, they have really slowed down the pace, but at the same time, controlled aggression, really putting the screws to the opposition, really forcing them to maybe play out of their comfort zone a little bit as Life looking to advance, but that one set high. Plexi able to get it off the undercarriage once, looking for the follow, pop up now, and one! Plexi absolutely masterful, as if painting a picture in front of our very eyes. Dips down, sneaks it past Sullen. 2-1 in favor of BGS. $1.49. Still time though. And again, if you are Knight, you just concentrate on tying this. Don't worry about even necessarily winning it 100%. You got a $1.49, get one on the board, and then assess from there.
As you said, 135 Knight trying their hardest to push up to find their room. Plexi. Oh, he may have made a mistake there. Selen's missing the net, but he's got another opportunity. No boost left. And here goes Life, and you can tell he's going to go for a pinch. Doesn't decide to go for it, just leaves it. And Plexi will collect. Gets past Sulen's. It's wide.
Oh, no.
Wide open. But he missed the shot. Perry got back. Life went for a celebratory play there. He might regret that, as X35 Knight quick on defense. And BGS, they had the goal there. I don't know why Life didn't just go for it.
I thought we would easily be talking 3-1, but my goodness, what a recovery, what a save by 100x35 Knight. They're popping off, looking for the violence there. In net was Perry, but not going to be able to. And now rushing up is BGS. A great challenge there. That one kicked sky high. Plexi off with a shot. What a save again by Perry, but Life is there. And oh my goodness, unfortunately, that went off the Perry. This is Rocket League indeed.
As you said as well, this is quite something else here. High level, exciting. Yeah, I mentioned it here in the Paradise Cup. And again, this is just the semifinals as well. We still got a player, we still got CplMonkeyshines waiting in the grand finals for the winner of the series, but you can tell the Bubble Guppy Snackers want to be there. Just how badly? This badly.
Oh.
It's 4-1, 43 seconds to go, and I think we can call this one early.
Yeah, and just on a dime, I mean, I think coming into this one, all due respect to 100x35 Knight, this is a duo that is just S tier. I mean, head and shoulders above so many individuals. Again, Life top 102s, on his own. But the good news is, again, Life, you've got one in your back, or not Life, beg pardon, Knight. You've got one in your back pocket already. This would even the series at, beg pardon, at one. My goodness. And again, this is what we saw in Game 4 earlier on between BGS and the previous 100x35 representation. So, okay, so already mentally, sure, if you're 100x35, we're moving on to Game 3, what worked so very well in Game 1. You know what you can accomplish. You know you can take care of business. And yeah, as of right now, I mean, let's be honest, Sporty, I do feel that this is officially maybe turned into a potential highlight reel moment for this duo from BGS. So again, right now, if you're 100x, though, it's just about finding some positive momentum. If you are Perry, if you are Solens, just trying to find a way to maybe get on the board at all, I think would be huge for them going into our Game 3.
As you said, and we're going to go into Game 3, the 3v3 game mode. You can already tell Ultra's joining it. Mafia's actually left. I think he's going for a card change. So we're going to be going into the 3v3 game mode here. That's what 135 Knight won earlier in this series, but it was close. It was competitive. This has not been competitive. Bubble Guppy Snackers will take game 2. We'll see one more goal for Silens, but it won't matter. Game 2 will go to the Bubble Guppy Snackers. I don't think anyone's surprised. 135 Knight, the 3v3 game mode. This is the game mode that they have to focus on here. Because quite clearly in 2s, they're not winning, and in 1s, it is a real big contest. That's for game 4. If 135 can win this, there's a real good chance they can take match points in game 4.
That game 4 looms large already. And yeah, not especially shocking, but Silens able to get one there at the end. And again, you try to walk away with something. They did, in fact, walk away with something, did Knight. You know, coming into this one, again, no shade at all on Knight, but it kind of seemed like the outcome of this one may have been predetermined. Though, credit to them. They did hang in there for a while. Just ultimately, Plexi Life, like I say, I mean, a tremendous combination. They were able to go out there and do, I think, what a lot of people were anticipating. But you're right. Knight was able to go in, and even though you kind of call this a mulligan almost, right? It's a tie series. You go into game 3, it's 3v3, and then you're able to go into ones. You've got Nawafi taking on Altor. Altor, like I said, a little bit early in the evening, played tremendously against Guard. I'm really curious what that matchup's going to look like. Look, I was excited for the whole series. I'm excited for that game, but here we go. Game number 3 again. Best of 7 situation this evening, folks. Ascent Tournament Series Paradise Cup, brought to you by Team Evo Sporty. This series, though, it does my heart good.
Because it's a fun matchup, and it really is just full of so many teams that, I mean, that absolutely can do it. There's a reason that this tournament's uncapped. It's for competition like this. It's for teams like this. We go to game number 3, and I think, very realistically, this match might determine who gets match point. Because the momentum out of this is going to carry into the 1v1. It's going to carry into game 4. And if 135 Knight can win this, they can prove they've got a game mode that Bubble Guppy Snackers cannot seem to beat against them. If BGS can win it, they can prove that there isn't really much that's going to stop them here. So this is a hugely important match just for confidence sake. And you already know, both these teams, they really need to win this because, I mean, quite literally, this might be telling us who wins this series.
It might. And again, Altor went out there, played very well against Guard. It ultimately did go into an overtime series. Altor did have a lead and was able to hold on to it. I don't know if that's going to be the case against Nawafi. Excited to find out, though. Regardless of the situation, this, of course, a gorgeous matchup here overall. Here in our game number 3. And again, all of the odd numbers, they are going to be 3v3 situations. But my goodness, again, a sweep a little bit earlier on in the evening between BGS and the other 100x35 representation in Y2K. But thus far, Knight providing a little bit more in the way of a challenge. However, that one got to be just a bit off. And now rushing up, we do see some aggression from both sides of the ball right now. Popped out of the way is Silens. And now the opportunity there, Life not going to be able to get there before Perry. However, 47 in tank, able to come back down to Terraformer. Kicks back, has the 100, sent along over to Perry. Heck of a back and forth right now, as right now that one kick out off the undercarriage of Nawafi, sent back now by Altor. Looking for the pinch with Silens, not going to be able to get it. However, 335 left to go in this one.
And still scoreless, and that's a huge sign for 135 Knight. Even though game 2 was about as bad as it could have been for them, they've proven the 3v3 game mode, they really can keep up with BGS, and that's a mistake from Altor. It's a wide open net, and you better believe Perry's going to be jumping onto that one. One mistake from Altor, and the Bubble Guppy Snackers really feeling the pressure because, reminder, they have not gotten into the prize pool range just yet. They have to win this series to do that. And 135 Knight could potentially make quite the upset.
Yeah, folks, this, again, if you would have said, yeah, absolutely, this is what you've got for the grand finals, I would have believed you 100%. This is only the semis. Yeah, we are not talking prize pool territory yet, but again, Ultra, like you said, just absolutely unfortunate situation, ends up diming up 100x35. But yeah, again, in these moments, you know, they can, again, if you are this crew, if you are a BGS, you know what you're capable of. No reason to panic necessarily. But again, this is going to be a challenge for them over the course of the evening, over this game at the very least. And hey, you know, I fully appreciate what they are all capable of. But yeah, I mean, right now, oh my gosh, if you are Knight, you got to be loving the situation. You're already out to a lead, and then going into 1v1, we know what Nawafi's capable of, like you were talking about. And I've seen Ultra earlier in the evening. I'm genuinely curious how that works out. But right now, Knight got to be loving the situation. Marvelous work there defensively as well.
And 100x35 Knight trying to challenge further. Plexi. Oh, beat by Perry. Nawafi's got a demo there. Silens. Great early stab out there. Bubble Guppy Snackers really doing well to rounds early to keep that pressure going as Life.
Oh!
Unable to drive past Perry. Had Ultra waited behind him. I'm surprised he went for the shot there. you have a player behind you there, you often want to leave it for them. But Bubble Guppy Snackers not really all too concerned as they keep throwing plays at that net. Ultor, parry, up high, now life, parry. He'll get to this one in time, but it is time and space that BGS can use! And a shot from Ultor that will pierce through the hearts of our 35 Knights.
Ultor, I would say making good for what happened either. What a serve up, great follow by Ultor, and hey, say, no. My guys, I got you. I'll bring us back even at the very least, but buck 58, big Bard left to go in this one, and then huge, absolutely, by BGS. I didn't know that we'd be getting to this point saying, hey, you know, it's largely been coming up Knight thus far. Of course, you know, game number 2, of course, going in favor of BGS, and understandably so. But these 3v3 matchups, Sporty, they've really hit a little bit different than I was expecting.
They really do, and I think that's the fun part about this, is because we don't see multiple 3v3 games after each other, every single game is a whole new field, and every single game is treated like a best of one. So teams play very differently in our Crew Battles 3v3 format and in a normal 3v3 series. And what I always find so interesting is how differently teams will approach these games, knowing that they don't have another one after this for a little while. It's a very different feeling. Teams have a lot more sense of urgency, and because of that, you generally see teams, again, approach things differently, play things differently. Some teams do a lot better on that kind of pressure. Some teams don't. Obviously, both these teams do pretty well in it, but even then, you can tell 135 Knight, because it's like a best of one for them. They're playing a lot more aggressively. They're playing a lot more in the face of their opponents, and in many ways, it's working. But BGS just won't get shaken off. With less than a minute to go, Plexi takes over the midfield, and from there on out, there's no one that's going to step up to him.
This is something that BGS has just been absolutely absurd about all evening long, all tournament long. Their ability to control and dribble in the air, and it converts here again. 2-1 now in favor of BGS. But you're right. We've seen 100x35. They've really thrown caution to the wind, and it suited them. Like you said, a best-of-one situation every single time. If you're going up against arguably the heavy hitter in the entirety of the tournament, why not take it one game at a time? Especially when it's a best-of-7. You've got plenty of time, you know, to get a strategy put together and head out there. And regardless of the situation, again, we will be seeing some 1v1 action after this one, but still, all of the 1 goal differential. Again, plenty of time if you are Knight, but Ultor going to send that one back down over to Plexi. No, Solan's able to get the save. Nothing in tank. Now Nawafi looking to get control. Does just that, but Plexi going to send that one right on back. And again, if you are BGS, if you can just press up against the opponent's side of the pitch, kill a little bit of time, you may very well be able to walk away with a dub. 10 seconds left to go. Solens takes it high. Plexi going to try to intercept. In fact, does just that. Gets a touchdown. And Perry now looks for a last gasp effort. Set out. Nawafi kick back. Difficult position for Knight. That one kicked back to Solens. Solens keeps things moving. Zeros on the clock. But that one is going to touch. BGS grabbing the 2-1 dub and the 2-1 series situation. We head to ones.
As you said as well, we go to the 1v1 game mode. It's Ultor versus Nawafi, and I actually didn't think that would be super close, but honestly, knowing these players a little bit better, it's going to be close. It's going to be intense, and again, as we said, it's going to be important for both these teams. I think this game really sets the pace for the momentum. Next game's going to set the pace for potentially match point for the Bubble Guppy Snackers. Again, they got upset in game 1, weren't very happy with that, and you can tell they are not taking too kindly to that. Game 3 is theirs. Now we go to game 4, and I mean, things could not be much better for them. That game 3 was very well played. It was not easy, but no one ever said it was going to be easy against Knight. They played well. They kept control. They won the midfield. Now that Ultra has to play against Nawafi, this is going to be interesting. Nawafi's got a lot more pressure on him now than he did before.
Yeah, that game 1 looms large right now, but right, we know what Nawafi's capable of, and like I say, if you're not familiar with Ultra, folks out there in chat, folks out there watching, you're about to become familiar, and like I said, had the opportunity to see Ultra taken on guard a little bit earlier on in the evening, flick up and over, one of the few times that I honestly saw BGS, like I said, actually pulled the trigger on that flick up. Ultra was largely keeping him low, but my goodness, up and over Nawafi, 1-0. in favor of BGS. And you're right, Sporty, so much rides on this game. But of course, you and I both know if there's anybody who can represent Knight well at once, it is Nawafi.
Yeah, but I think that goal really is going to cut deep into Nawafi, especially so because that's Nawafi's playstyle. He loves to play fast, and he really, really likes flicks. So you're going to see him do it here. High flick, not able to get the bump on Ultor, though. But and the only thing that I think Nawafi likes doing more than flicks is air dribble bumps. Well, we've seen him do a lot of flicks. We saw him do a lot of them in his last series as well. You can tell now he's taking that boost, but again, you mentioned Ultor. He's got really good boost conservation, and that's a perfect execution of that I don't know how he got out of that one, but that is a masterclass. It's like Mission Impossible. He was cornered, and somehow he just slithers out.
Snags it away. What game sense? And this is so for so many of the players. I don't care what level you're at that are successful. Game sense, familiarity with where you are. And yeah, I mean, we saw Guard a little bit earlier on. Like I say, was grabbing 100 after 100, trying to deny Altar. But Altar right now denying Nawafi any opportunity to get offense on. We are not even a minute into this. And Altar already up 3-0, but still tons of time. Right now, Nawafi getting juked out of his shoes, though.
That was a huge fake, and you mentioned it. Altar's been doing a lot of those fakes. We get to see one here, so now that he's got Nawafi on a flick, Nawafi was expecting yet another one, and that's why he pre-jumped that. As Altar off a kickoff, we can't talk about the last goal before another goes in. It is 4 goals right at this point, and for Nawafi, I wouldn't put it against him. We might, if this keeps going, we might see him forfeit this game and just go to game 5.
That would be, oh my gosh, that would be tremendous. I mean, this is absolutely what I did not anticipate seeing this evening. Again, Guard, a tremendous opponent, but that one back and forth. Still plenty of time. I think if Nawafi's able to get one on the board here, might it will, and it will off the nose. So here we are. It's a fun cue. There we go. We are not even a minute into this thing, folks. We have 5 total goals. Absolutely huge for Nawafi. A necessity at this point.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how high scoring it is early on. Again, reminder, queue up Mana, waiting in the grand finals for whoever wins this series. So, again, the Bubble Guppy Snackers, not even is this not even that this game is important. It's also for them potential for match points. So there's a real reason they want to win this one. They want to get through this series quick, go up against queue up Mana earlier in the nights because they've been waiting a long time. Now that they're warmed up, they don't really want to lose that, but Nawafi is picking them apart, and I said it already, he really likes flicks. Anytime he gets a chance to go for one, he's gonna do it, and he's very consistent at them. You don't want to see him go for one of those.
You also mentioned the air dribble bumps as well. We did see that earlier. Altar ultimately being on the good end and the bad end of one of those as well. A flick up and over, got the bump on Nawafi as well, finishes it off. We're back, a 3-goal differential, 352. Again, great carry, has it, and Nawafi just absolutely dead in terms of the tank. Ultra able to follow up, 352, but still, forever and a day, it feels like.
It is. It's going to be a very long game, honestly. We might be waiting here for a very long time, CplMonkeyshines, just to see who's going to win this one. And who knows, maybe we'll get to see these players do it all over again, but Altar, good shot playing patient here, doesn't go for that early shot. Now he's going to pop it up, knows Nawafi doesn't have boost, knows he's got all the time to work with. Touch. Nawafi is dead to rights. Altar showing you how to really undress the goalkeeper in a 1v1 scenario.
So difficult, and Nawafi's right there trying to set it away, but just a little bit too far back, and now we have that 4-goal differential here yet again. So I gotta ask you as well, Sporty, I mean, you mentioned the potential for a forfeit. Absolutely hate to do it in this situation, but at what point in the contest do you feel that's gonna be done? Is the goal differential now extended to 5?
There's still very much a chance of a comeback here, but I think for Nawafi, knowing him, he knows that he's not expected to win against Altar in this matchup. I don't think he's at all going to be. I think he would be one to admit that Altar might just be a better 1v1 player than he is, but Bubble Guppy Snackers right now, I mean, they're just going to keep doing this. They're going to keep scoring, really take things down, but Nawafi is not giving up. He hasn't given up. He hasn't left. We shouldn't say it's over until it's over because, I mean, we've seen crazy upsets happen.
I mean, we see 10 total goals. It's just over a minute 30 into this one. I mean, at this point, I don't care who you are. I don't care either of these players. You've got all the time in the world. It seems like we could I don't know at this point if the game keeps going on. We don't get over a 10-piece, at least for Altar. I mean, at this point, Sporty, it feels like we might see, I dare use maybe hyperbole saying 20 goals in total. But at this point, it almost seems like, I don't say a certainty, but definitely a possibility. But that one, an almost odd mistake by Nawafi. You rarely see him do something like that, and Altar will make you pay. Oh my goodness, and boostless as well was Nawafi.
Yeah, that's a big surprise for me that Nawafi doesn't have any boost on that play. So far tonight, he has been dominant on the boost every single 1v1. He has not had a 1v1 where he's been outplayed on the boost control. Altar is not just only outplaying him, he is destroying him on the boost control right now. Nawafi has consistently been left with very little boost, very little time as Altar, oh, what a save. Right off the back wall, right to the net, clean as can be.
Really?
This is incredible. I have not seen a player so consistent in a 1v1 in a very long time. I didn't know Ultra's 1v1 ability beforehand, but I'm just gonna say it. I didn't know his game. Now I do, and my goodness, this is probably one of the most impressive games we've seen.
I was treated to this early on. I mean, Ultra, I think, has two definitely established fans at this point. You know, fan of Nawafi coming to this one as well, of course, but Ultra really making a case here. If you're not familiar with him, I don't know how you can't be now. Sneaks past one, gonna send that one away. Might we see the 10-piece? Get out the biscuits, get out the mashed potatoes, whatever you must. Hello, Colonel Sanders. We have the 10-piece, and we are not even a full half into this one. And again, I think, Sporty, we're at the point where you got to wonder if it's Nawafi. Do you look to wave that white flag, or do you continue on?
He might honestly play on just to show that he is going to play this whole game outward. But I think for 175 Night, they know that they're in a lot of trouble. The fortunate thing is, this is probably the last time we're going to be seeing the 1v1. Because if a Bubble Guppy Snackers take match points, reminder, Game 6 decision is based on whoever loses Game 5. So, actually, no, they actually would be forced to play this again because they actually would have to, because they'd have to win Game number 5. They might have to play this all over again. That's really rough for them. I think for Nawafi, it might be better just to play this one out, see if there's any chance to beat this, beat Ultra here. But I mean, Ultra on double digits now, and he's still not done. Flip reset, fake under. Actually, couldn't get the 50 through. Nawafi trying to go the other way, but again left on absolutely nothing. Still keeping up on offense. Shot on, easily capped out. Ultra will have the recovery, and Bubble Guppy Snackers at this point, I think, for them, they're going to be pretty happy holding in for a match point, but a double tap for Nawafi. He's still not done. He's still alive and kicking, even if just barely.
I'll say as well for Nawafi, he's got to find himself in this situation yet again. You might as well try to find the holes in the armor of your opposition. I mean, yes, this one appears to be, you know, I mean, again, this is Rocket League, strange things happen, but this appears to be Dunsky's, at least in this one. But yeah, try to find some areas in the opposition's game that you can exploit. I mean, they have been few and far between. Altar absolutely popping off for the vast majority of this one. I think establishing almost the dub early on in this one before even a minute was done, and trying to grab the dash back as Nawafi gets clanged into, but gonna get the carry up and over. Altar able to collect and steals the 100 away from Nawafi. Has just been, it hasn't even been like rush play. It's been so incredibly patient. The kind of ones play that will win you championships. And in this case for BGS, very well may. But Nawafi sends that one along. Ultra, very little boost, but just the game sense, the positioning has been just above and beyond.
And again, that's unfortunately for Nawafi, the patient play is the last thing he wants to see. He hates it when players take things slow, and you can tell Ultor, slow, patient, and in control. Nawafi just doesn't have boost right now. And Ultor at this point just gonna play for time, let this game run out. He doesn't need goals. He's still gonna take them, but he doesn't need them anymore. We already know where this 1v1's heading to, and we already know where this series is going. We're gonna go to Game 5 with 135 Knights on match point against them, and the Bubble Guppy Snackers, who've been waiting a long time, proving even when they are not fully warmed up, it really doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, no, I mean, we know what they're all capable of. We know what they're capable of in terms of Ultra being an individual. We know what they're capable of with Light and Flexi being a duo. And oddly enough, with that, it seems like threes is the most winnable mode out of all of these. I didn't know that I'd be saying that coming into the evening, but here we are, 11-4, and Ultra with the game style right now aim to take the soul out of the opposition. Maybe one more. Again, like you say, kind of playing for time here, I believe. That one skids off, but again, right now we will shift back over into threes. And again, if you are a Knight, well, okay, now you focus from a 3v3 perspective. You don't necessarily worry about what we might see later on in the evening. That one set away off the nose of Ultra, going to collect as Nawafi kicks it high. But yeah, really a tremendous job. I think people use the word masterclass maybe a little too frivolously, but that certainly is what this was here for Ultra, coming out here, establishing dominance early, continuing, working with an absolutely fantastic lead. Here we are, we move along. And BGS 1 inch closer, one step closer towards the grand final. But ultimately, my gosh, what a showing.
Yep, and as you said, the 3v3 up next. You said it, 135 Knight, I think they're going to be very happy. They're going to 3v3s because, yeah, this was not a close game in the slightest for them. And a reminder, with Q up Mana waiting in the grand finals for whoever can win this series, the Bubble Guppy Snackers are now only one game away. 3v3s coming up next, CplMonkeyshines. I don't think it matters what game mode it is. It's going to be challenging for 135 Knight, but I think they're going to be happy that at least it's not 1v1s that they have to worry about winning at this point.
Yeah, I'd say so. But then, of course, you got the energy. Yeah, you've got the energy that this BGS crew has out there now. They're looking tremendous from just about any perspective. I mean, again, did drop that game number 1, and I don't know, maybe that put a chip on their shoulders. The last thing that 100x35 wants to deal with right now. But again, if you're opposite, if you're queue up, you are you said, okay, yeah, let's make this happen. Go ahead and wrap things up so we can advance on into prize pool territory. But again, Knight, we find themselves in position. You mentioned it earlier. I'm going to bring it right on back. Game at a time. Don't stress about what you might have to deal with. It is the here, it is the now. Right now, it is scoreless. You can make a statement here. You can get back on the series scoreboard, make it 3-2, and plan your position from there.
Yeah, you said as well. I mean, you know, this 175 Knight team can worry about the 1v1 game mode, but there's not going to be one if they don't win game 5. And the 135 right now off to a very good start. A lot more control right now, and one of the things that do have over the Bubble Guppy Snackers, this Bubble Guppy Snackers team, they've got chemistry. But 175 Knight's been on roster for a pretty long time at this point, a couple of months now together. For BGS, I think they're newer, so if there's anything that I can bring in favor of Knight, if that would be it. Also, they did win game 1, so they have that ability to do that. They have that ability to find each other, but BGS, they're going to bring in a much more slow-based playstyle. For 135 Knight, the one thing I want to see them do is play ball control. Keep control. There's enough players on the field that you can challenge the Bubble Guppy Snackers. If they can hold the ball, force them to challenge, 135 Knight could potentially really unravel this defensive rotation.
You know, it's kind of wild, just touching back on your point there a moment ago. Like, you've got a tremendous 2s team, right? You've got an absolutely insane 1s player, obviously, but does that make a team? I mean, we often talk about, okay, individuals. We have to talk about individuals. Will they actually, you know, work well together as a team? Obviously, BGS has over the duration of the evening. Knight, you know, maybe together a little bit longer, a little bit more solidification. They did take game number 1, but right now, again, BGS, I think ultimately this game comes down, I know this may be silly, but it comes down to who scores first, and Altor does just that, picks up where he left off, 1-0 in favor of BGS. 3:09 still, of course, plenty of time for Knight to respond, but how critical is that to a team's mental, not only for both sides, for BGS, you've got all the momentum coming in, you got 3-1, you're officially playing with house money, here you are, you just won the 1v1, and now you're able to get on board first. 100x35, they need a response here fast.
The reset stopped away. Knight really struggling though on that back wall. They went flying up for that one. Everybody had committed. Again, they're sending everybody to make these saves. BGS, that's the kind of control that they have right now. 175 Knight has to play to them as Plexi, I don't know what he's doing up in the midfield right there, but he's found his space. He'll make it happen. Oh, it's hit the bar. Life saves away. BGS, I can't believe they didn't score that, but what I will say I found so funny about that, Plexi, he had no one defending him, just sat in the midfield. He had that much faith in his teammates to play 2v3 on defense that he didn't even bother going back.
Yeah, a little too confident there, but yeah, like sometimes the Rocket League gods do in fact smile down on you. I think that's what happened to 100x right there. I mean, that absolutely absurd what just happened there. But ultimately, Solen's able to send that one away. And again, 100x35, if you were able to slow the pace down, we talk about, you know, ultimately what this crew BGS has been successful with in terms of slowing things down. I think, again, take it calm, take it easy. If you are 100x, or at least, you know, kind of try to start and stop. Don't be predictable by any stretch of the imagination, but they were very successful with aggression early on in game number 1. I'm not hating that. Bring that punch, bring that pain back. Here early on, or here not late over, I beg pardon. Here late in the game is 1 or 2 minutes now. That was settled up by Perry, kickback now by Life, and again right now 100x35, they are trying to find a way to punch through. But again, this may very well be the end of our series, as $130 stands between BGS, potentially between BGS and our grand finals. As that kick back up and over Silence and Wafi both going after it off the double commit. That set back, and now Plexi trying to dip that one in, not going to be able to. And again, right now, though, it does kind of still feel, based on the car language that we're seeing, 100x35, they understand the urgency that needs to be had. Meanwhile, BGS, we've been seeing a play like this all night long.
Yeah, they're not going to change anything here for 135 Knight. 135 Knight have to make those changes. In front! Silence! What a great score! And with a minute to go, 100x35 Knight will not go quietly.
Let me have a look up my sleeve. Yep, I got one here for you right now. You say we got to change things. I've got it for you now. 1-1-1-0-1. And hey, this is kind of what Knight was able to do in our game number 1. They were able to, I talk about humanizing the opposition, show that the folks who have played exceptionally well, they are in fact human, that they are in fact capable of making mistakes. We've seen it here a couple of times from BGS, and just like game number 1, Sporty, you were mentioning that, hey, they have to take advantage of their opportunities. They have done so here. I have no doubt a couple others are going to show up here, whether it's here in regulation or maybe in overtime stanza. That one dips on down. Altar sends it away, however. So yeah, just need to take advantage of those opportunities. We know BGS is more than capable, more than competent as well of taking care of those moments when they present themselves. Mafia sends that one away. Altar back, force that kick up, now up and over. Perry looking to advance. But again, bunched up right now is BGS, 100x35. They are looking to maybe fall off of that kick up now by Plexi. Plexi with nothing in tank, however, just going to come back down to Terraforma. Life looking for a pitch. That one up and over. Solen's not going to be able to get it. Plexi able to grab the save. Now Wafi not going to be able to kick up now by Perry. Altar maybe looking to advance. A little bit of 1v1 razzle dazzle. Kick up now by Life. Up and over to Plexi. And oh, absolutely.
Oh, it hit the line. It was almost in, and it was almost the Bubble Guppy Snackers going to the grand finals. Still, they have a chance. Just need one more goal to do it. X35 Knight, their series stays alive. They've had a lot of fortune so far in this match. Does it run out? They really don't have much left to talk about when it comes to Lady Luck and X35. They've got to get that goal. But here goes Plexi. Double tap off the ceiling. Saved away. Perry making sure that BGS cannot challenge them. Now Sulen's one-on-one. Alter not giving him the space to breathe. Plexi now. Very heavy first touch. Alter can't get there in time. But Nawafi will. Sulen's helping him. Perry in space. Dunked out by Plexi. X35 Knight waiting back, but they know how important this goal is. BGS, they as you said, they were robbed at that very last play. They just need one, though. If they can just do that all over again, they'll be off to the grand finals to take on Q Up Mana. Shot in front! That will do it! It's Altor, his second of the game, but the goal that matters. BGS may not have had it at 0 seconds, but they'll take it in overtime, and they're going to the grand finals.
I gotta say, I don't know if it could have been any more appropriate an end to that one. I mean, you had Altar come out established against Nawafi earlier on, Aaron, in our previous matchup, comes into this one, ends this one in OT. BGS, I mean, yeah, they went out there, played exceptionally well, got the dub. Knight not making it easy for him by any stretch of the imagination. And going out there and playing to that degree of enthusiasm as well, BGS. Wow, I mean, it's going to be a heck of a challenge here, of course, in our grand finals for both of these teams with BGS. A little bit of sweat, I think, forming, on the forehead, just a touch over the course of that one. Absolutely phenomenal matchup.
And as you said, our grand finals is now set. The Bubble Guppy Snackers, I don't think anybody's going to be surprised that they've made it this far, but they got their next match taking on Q Up Mana, the surprise team of Q Up Mana in the grand finals. But for you, CplMonkeyshines, we've got an amazing match. So we've got an amazing match coming up. Grand finals coming up next. Q Up Mana taking on the Bubble Guppy Snackers. We're going to see you guys for the grand finals on this stream after this short break. Welcome back to the ATS Paradise Cup 2, sponsored by Team Evo. CplMonkeyshines returns, and we've got our finals set and ready. Queue up Mana, the surprise team, the French-Canadian organization that before this event was relatively unknown to all of you ATS fans. Now they're very well known. They go up against the Bubble Guppy Snackers, the team of Life, Plexi, and Altor. We've got one more match this evening, but tonight has been insane. Just to recap what we have seen so far tonight. We've kind of gone full circle. We saw Queue Up Mana earlier today get their win over Midwest Mafia. They did beat PTR 4-1. We just saw Bubble Guppy Snackers decimate 135 Knight 4-1 as well. So we've got an insane match coming up, CplMonkeyshines. It's a grand finals that I think we are ready for, and what's really fun about this one is, again, Queue Up Mana, relatively unknown. Now that they are, we know that they can take on just about anybody. This is going to be their ultimate challenge.
Absolutely. Biggest test of the evening. I mean, BGS, that's been the ultimate test for everybody that's really ran into them. We saw both 100x35 representatives fall to BGS, and we most recently saw Knight, unfortunately, for the 100x35 fans out there fall. So BGS, you know, the heavy hitters coming into this one, I think arguably the favorite coming into this one. Queue Up Mana, hey, here it is. Go out there, be somebody. You know, you've already made yourself established. We now know that name. And what better way, what bigger way could it possibly happen by besting a team with a top 101s, a top 102s, a dynamic duo in Life and Plexi? Would absolutely be huge. So let me ask you, is it a situation again like we had for Knight, where they have to take it a game at a time, and or whatever? Do you look at the long haul? What do you feel is the strategy coming to this one for Queue Up Mana?
Like, the strategy here, go out there, have fun with it. I think for them, they're going to be pretty happy with the second place finish. I don't think they're complaining too much. Go out there, have fun. They've already proven themselves. They've already well exceeded, I think, anybody's expectations of them in this match. But these teams, they're getting antsy. Honestly, I don't really know what we're going to see out of them. But here we go. Let's get into the grand finals. Queue Up Mana, not unknown anymore. They take on the Bubble Guppy Snackers. It's Plexi, Life, and Altor. On the other side, Yoko, Mega, and Kiwi. A best of 7. Queue Up Mana on the blue, Bubble Guppy Snackers on the orange. And one series to determine whose championship will be whose. BGS, the #1 overall seed, and most people are expecting them to take this series, but Queue Up Mana, they've surprised us already. Can they do it all over again?
Yeah, and all too appropriate, honestly, that both these teams are able to walk away with some money. Again, Queue Up Mana being able to say, hey, hello, here we are. We're fun to watch, and Altor's been fun to watch all evening long, especially coming in most recently from the series with 100x35. Knight continues on the momentum, wins an absolutely dominant 1v1 match against Waffy, ultimately hits an OT killing shot, and now right away cracked the goose egg for BGS 1-0 in favor of the Orange Crew. 435, big pardon. Lefty guy with this our game #1.
Queue Up Mana trying to go the other way. Altor, don't get the block, but Queue Up still on this one. Kiwi went by series at the start of this tournament, changed his name midway through. Now Bubble Guppy trying to go the other way, but Mega with a Mega block. And for Queue Up, one of the things that they have been so good at so far, we got to see them do it against Midwest Mafia, a team that's really good at keeping possession, has a lot of team chemistry. Queue Up just have really good possession. Oh, but there's nothing that you can stop that. Life with a musty flick off a flip reset, and it looks so simple, but I promise you, that's something that only Life can do.
You got individuals go out there, the Dirty Dominus, and they can hit musties just like that. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. You know, we have seen Life do this all evening long. Got to see it a little bit earlier on. And now here we are here yet again, grand finals. I think, honestly, for BGS, we are officially in Break Their Spirit early land. As my goodness, Life absolutely popping on Life, Plexi, just everybody getting involved. Now, every single individual for BGS has scored, and we are not even a minute in.
And now my question for you, CplMonkeyshines. Is this just BGS playing the way BGS does? Or is this more of a... Okay, well, that's quick. I was going to say, was this more of the fact that Queue Up Mana haven't gotten their warm-up yet? Because they've been waiting. They've been waiting about 30 minutes for this match, so they're coming in a bit cold right now as we actually have a disconnect here. BGS now momentarily going to have to play 2v3 as Lexi has lost his connection, but, I mean... They're up by 3. I think this is the game saying, hey, you've had too much of an advantage early on. We've got to curb you a little bit.
So to step back, yeah, I mean, BGS play of their game has been enough, but then, you know, you have your opposition sitting around for a while. And will say as well, this is not the first time that Plexi has disconnected. Happened about 2 or 3 times earlier on in the evening when things kicked off. But absolutely, if you have this this opportunity, much as 100x35 Y2K did earlier on, do what you can while Plexi is gone. Plexi comes back, and just like what happened with Y2K, they were able to get on the board. However, BGS was able to respond pretty quick. We'll see if that's going to be the case here again.
Well, Plexi has already returned, so he wasn't asleep for too long here on the side of BGS. So even though they've given up a goal, I don't think they really care too much. They say at the very least, CplMonkeyshines will be happy with the goal, but they already know that goal has an asterisk next to it. So it's really not going to be too telling about how they're playing, because so far, when you have players like Plexi in life, and also when you have them all together, CplMonkeyshines has just not been able to step up to them so far. It has been offensive barrage after offensive barrage. Q up. Gonna have been waiting patiently for these opportunities as Ultor now across the field for Plexi. Plexi, flip resets. Ultor wanted that. It's gonna be for life. And there's nothing that can stop him. CplMonkeyshines, I'm just gonna say this, have been stuck in mud. They have been standing still a lot more often than they'd like to admit, and it's giving BGS these very open backlines.
Yeah, stop me if you've heard this one. Plexi setting up life for what appears to be just as easy as a shot as you're going to get. But yeah, here you are for one. There's still plenty of time, of course, but that one kicked back. Plexi looking for the shotgun. Oh, no! Marvelous save, but gets deleted this Kiwi off that one. But again, right now, if you are CplMonkeyshines, okay, 4-1. I don't think many people are expecting you to win this game, maybe even the series. So yeah, you can play a little bit faster, play a little bit looser. But just right now, you've got a BGS squad that has been firing on all cylinders all evening long. And you can see as they play back and forth here a little bit. Plexi going across mid, up and over to Ultor. Ultor with the shot, but Kiwi gonna slow that one down. As again, CplMonkeyshines looking to advance, coming across mid. Life going to challenge, and indeed, it dies a little bit. Kick back off Yoko's nose. Plexi rushing over for that 100. Deletes Mega, able to get it and give Mega 33 the hard way. Ultor sends that one back, coming across mid yet again. Yoko with nothing in tank, however, kick up and over, and Mega getting CplMonkeyshines on the scoreboard here. Have a look at this one yet again, folks. Yoko sent high. Life tries to challenge, but ultimately in no man's land. Absolutely huge for CplMonkeyshines.
Yeah, that's a big brain play from Yoko. That's how CplMonkeyshines have to approach the series. They're not going to out-mechanic the Bubble Guppy Snackers. No one's going to. You've got to be able to use that mentality, use that team chemistry to your advantage. It's a Bubble Guppy Snackers team that has 3 really, really good players. You're just not going to beat them 1v1. You've got to be able to outsmart them here, and they've now overcommitted. All that good work, it's gone away for them. The overcommits, BGS will say thank you.
Slow roller indeed. And the wild part too, again, about BGS is got basically just an absolutely outstanding once player, 2 absolutely outstanding once players. And yeah, you got teams that have, I don't say more cohesiveness, they've played together a little bit longer, but at the end of the day, these are 3 tremendous talents that when they do sync, just absolutely head and shoulders above so many individuals. But back with it too, great shot there by Kiwi, and will not go away. CplMonkeyshines, they are not done here whatsoever.
And you can tell how much trust they have. Life was supposed to get a second touch on that play, never even got close to it. The Bubble Guppy Snackers, maybe starting to loosen a little bit too much here, and CplMonkeyshines now within 2. It's much closer than the Bubble Guppy Snackers would like to admit. Game 1 has been good for them so far, but it's been chock full of mistakes. CplMonkeyshines have found openings. Now they'll look for another. This one popped over, wide open, but the shot rings off the bar. And BGS approaching midfield, missed by Life. CplMonkeyshines with another great chance that they just can't score on. And right now, BGS giving up a lot of openings here that they really should not be.
Yeah, and in these moments, you are seeing, you know, kind of like I was saying, a great 2s team and a great 1s player trying to play together, struggling a little bit, and that is what actually afforded 100x35 Knight the opportunity to get that Game 1 dub. Life now looking for maybe a highlight clip, and it gets it! Okay, I see you out there, my guy. Kicks it high. Great ball off that. Yoko can only watch, and my word. 6-3 with gusto. Bucko 3 left to go, and say what you will about the cohesiveness of BGS. When it clicks, it clicks.
There was nothing cohesive about that. It was just life. That's just life and an average life day for him. My goodness.
It is life.
That's average life for you guys, everybody. He's just, you know, decided to put his monitor on, and a huge double flip reset, double tap. That it might be goal of the tournament. By the end of the night here, that was incredible. One of the best goals we've seen all tournament long, and of course, Life comes in to do that. He was initially listed as the sub for BGS, has started for them in every single series. Quite clearly deserves that spot. Now he looks for number 7. This one in front. Nothing to stop Life. He's got 4 goals out of his team's 7. Game 1 has been a wash for Q Up Mana and the Bubble Guppies Snackers. What a way to make your entrance.
Sometimes they say life be life, and often means just the world's kind of putting its weight on you. And in this case, life be life and putting the weight of the world on Q Up Mana. 7-3 now. I think it's easy to say this one collected for BGS. Curious, though, to see what Q Up Mana decides for our game number 2. Are they going to eyeball Alter and say, let's see what you've got? Or are they going to opt for Plexi and Life? Given those 2 options, Sporty, what do you think they should do?
Well, we'll see. Q Up Mana generally like to go for the 1v1 game mode. That might be their choice here, but I mean, there's no easy game mode because the Bubble Guppies Snackers, their weakest game mode is 3s. And 1s and 2s is where they are a lot stronger. So my guess is it's the 1v1. It's 2s, actually. Okay, I was wrong. I thought they were going to take the 1v1 mode. They're taking 2s here. So, I mean, I'm expecting Plexi and Plexi in chat saying that he's ready to join on in. He's having a little fun here. So we know it's Plexi and Life who's going to join in. The Q Up Mana, we'll see who they choose, but I don't remember. I think usually it is Yoko and Mega. I could be wrong. Who join in for the 2v2, but no matter what it is, Q Up Mana's ready. They're ready to play the 2v2 game mode, and it's gonna be an interesting thing because it's gonna be a change of pace. But BGS, what a dominant game when it was, and it was Life who just, I don't know what it got into the water supply for Life, but that was a pop-off game.
Yeah, he's largely been doing it all evening long. I will say I've had the opportunity to watch a fair bit, and that has really been the story for Life. This is a curious decision for me, though. Just in terms of establishing mental, going up against, oh my goodness, and going for Life there early on is Yoko. But to finish my point, I mean, when you have this duo, I mean, we know what to expect from them. I think you, me, everybody out there is expecting sheer dominance from them. But going for the gusto here is Q Up Mana. I would almost say, hey, why not put the what on paper is at least a better opportunity for your mental, maybe grab a win against Ultra, maybe kind of sort of, versus saying, hey, okay, we'll put Plexi and Life out there, and if they absolutely stomp you, game 1 was kind of rough. You know, this one, again, if they go out there, they dominate the way that we know they're capable of, then okay, then you're looking down the barrel of a 2-0 situation, and then my goodness, what happens in game number 3? But a curious decision here by Q Up Mana, and Life, one of the few times I think he's missed one of those shots thus far.
And a little team pinch up in the air, and he somehow couldn't put the open net. He's hit the team pinch, but somehow not the open net. That's the duality. Even the best players in the world seem to have issues with hitting those open goals, but Bubble Guppy Snackers, I mean, that should just show you how Life and Plexi are feeling. That game 1 was so good for them. I mean, they have to be in such a relaxed mood right now. Mana's got to find a way to snap them out of this, because BGS right now, playing with their money, playing with their food, Q Up, have to score. They've got to bring some pressure in, because right now it just feels like BGS have nothing to be scared about, and that's from their own mentality.
Now, there's a word that I'm going to throw out there. It's very important. Hubris. Do not feed your own ego. Say, hey, we're done here. We can do whatever. We control. It'll work out in the end. And you know what? Absolutely, maybe it will. But right now, oh my goodness, opportunity for Yoko, but not going to find its way on. I mean, Sporty, you say what you will, call it trolling, whatever you want. There are zeros on the scoreboard, and ultimately, I think that feeds in a lot for Q Up Mana and Kiwi with a little bit of assistance from Plexi. We are talking 1-0 in favor of Q Up Mana, and like I said, Sporty, you cannot get complacent if you're BGS. Again, only down 1, but definitely I don't think what either of us expected right now.
Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Q Up, gonna take that first goal. Bubble Guppy Snackers have just been playing back, have been waiting. Now, like I said, it's gonna take a goal that's gonna snap them back to reality here. This is a much tougher game than they want it to be. There's a reason Q Up Mana took the 2v2 mode. They know they've got players who can play that 2v2 mode. As off the sidewall, Life. Space to work with. Pinch stopped by Yoko. Plexi trying to chip that over Kiwi, but it will not go. And now Q Up the other way. Flip reset. Yoko waiting under this is the BGS continuing to challenge. That's left in front, but a great stop for Life. Still has boost to work with too. Plexi helping him out. Can't find the touch, but does force Q Up Mana back. And right now you can tell the Bubble Guppy Snackers really feeling that pressure, but I mean, there's nothing that can It's not easy to get through this team, as now they go for solo efforts. That's gone completely the wrong way. Plexi's got to get back. He will do just that, and the save will be made. And right now, for BGS, I don't like how aggressive, how risky they're playing, but I must say, it is confident. It is very out there, and it is a risk that I will say that it's not favoring them, but it is looking really fun.
Do not take these folks lightly. Like I said, I was surprised that we were here in the first place. But now, if you are BGS, you gotta wake up. We know what you can do. Everybody expect to say, they're trolling, they're having a good time. Well, congratulations. Right now, you're down 2-0. You got 2 minutes. All the pressure in the world is on you. Go out there and do your thing, right? Well, queue up Mana. Now looking at a situation, they may very well go up 3-0, and you better believe they will. CplMonkeyshines got him, and it's the hat trick. Kiwi grabbing the hat trick. The Savior Plus, and oh my goodness, folks, I cannot believe I'm saying this. 3-0 in favor of queue up Mana over Plexi and Life? What?
I thought this was going to be the game mode that the Bubble Guppies would have the best advantage in. But quite clearly, as you can see, they got a little bit carried away. Now Kiwi, flip resets. Oh, he nearly had that one too, but the hit got a little bit too far away from him. Now Life, at this point for BGS, looking for a goal to really make sure they know that Queue Up Mana knows they're still, battling in this one, and they're gonna get just that. Plexi from the sidewall, and he's reminding us all that this is still Life and Plexi we're talking about, and BGS have enough time to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, of course, lock in right now, says Plexi to Life and vice versa. Still $130, tons of time. But yeah, like I said, playing with our foot a little bit, getting too complacent. I don't think that's the case here. Still a 2-goal differential. And one thing I like as well with Queue Up Mana, they've been able to slow things down a little bit, really kind of drawing the opposition in. That was set up by Kiwi. Life's going to rush back. There is no 100. No, big pardon, there is 100 to get. Life just gets back there that fast. Doesn't even look like there's 100 to get. By carry there by Life. Collision, however. Good challenge. Sent over, but Flexi going to kick that one high. And my gosh, Sporty, the amount of pressure that Queue Up Mana is putting on this crew. Yeah, whatever happens here, they got to feel great about it. But again, like you say, playing about as loose as you possibly could in general. And now ahead by 2. If they can just draw things out a little bit more, we're talking a 1-all series after playing 2s against Plexi and Life.
Well, it's looking more and more likely because Life overcommitted. Kiwi with his 4 goals on 9 shots. Queue Up Mana are going to take the 2v2 mode. They called it themselves, and they're proving to us that they have that 2v2 capability. Not that I think we're asking if they do or don't. Queue Up really making sure they bring the battle forward. Bubble Guppy Snackers scored on again. That's hit the post. I thought Yoko had that one. He definitely beat him, but Queue Up Mana at this point, celebratory because Game 2 is theirs, and we talked about it. They're coming in having fun. Now they know this is a series they can take. They're playing well enough for it. Bubble Guppy Snackers. We're going to go back to the 3v3 game mode where BGS won initially. And I think the one person who's not going to be happy is Ultor, because he's been watching this match, and he's been watching his own teammates maybe not play to their full abilities. And I don't think he's going to be very happy because Queue Up Mana take the 2v2 mode here. BGS, they've been so good at this all night, but Life and Plexi got carried away, and they realized too late. Queue Up, take game 2. The series is all even.
Now, I will say this, as Kiwi finishes up, we just saw a couple of times there, we may very well be talking about going, I would say to South America, but right now I think almost Canada might be the better destination for these fine folks. Queue Up Mana, evening the series, 1-all. And like you said, I was, Plexi chuckling a little bit, say, you want some 2s, all right? We're going to show you how it's done. No, Queue Up Mana said, no, we want 2s. We want your best shot. Well, right now, I got to say, the best shot wasn't given. BGS toying around way too much early on, and then they found themselves on their back heels. Queue Up Mana just taking shot after shot after shot, quite literally. Kiwi with 11, and also a playmaker as well for Yoko. My gosh, outplaying this duo, huge for the mental. It is but one game, but the statement that was made, and not only the mental for Queue Up Mana, but like you said, what Ultra might be thinking out there. Okay, we talk about how well these individuals play, as a duo and as a solo player. But now with that mental, okay, are there going to be cracks in that mentality? Now we're going to find out here shortly. But my gosh, I never would have seen that coming if you told me we were going to see twos. We're going to see it in game number 2. I think, rough way to start things out. But my gosh, a tie situation after that, absurd.
It is not expected, I think. And it just carries on with the CplMonkeyshines name, that this tournament has been unexpected because they have gone all the way to the grand finals when I don't think anybody would have had them going that far. Again, they're proving to us they deserve this ranking too, because BGS, they send out their strong 2v2 roster here. They're a roster that just seems like they're unbeatable. And yet we're seeing CplMonkeyshines take them on, but they may have just overcommitted out. Shot goes wide, Kiwis whiffed on that, and here's the 3v3 mode, and this is where BGS really are at their strongest, and you can already tell CplMonkeyshines feeling every bit of that. BGS, they're gonna throw more shots like that on them, and CplMonkeyshines, they've got to be able to find a way to just stop them from happening, because here goes Ultor, saved by Mega. QUp holds on for now, but I can't think that will last for long.
Yeah, and now, we talk about in terms of mentality, you've got CplMonkeyshines out there saying, okay, so that was your best shot in twos, huh? Okay, that's really, really cool. Go ahead and show us what else you got. Is Ultor going to be able to get on the board there? But even so, even though we're talking about a lead right now for BGS, this is a CplMonkeyshines team that have to be happy in comms in general, have to be, again, having fun out there, and you can see it in their car language. Again, 4-13, 1-0 in favor of BGS, and they CplMonkeyshines can't afford to get two footless fancy free or anything like that. My goodness, thought we might see another one there, but ultimately, you gotta feel the intensity and almost the frustration from BGS. Meanwhile, CplMonkeyshines, they're just going out there doing their thing.
Ultor, good touch off the ceiling. Life already there. Back to Ultor, and again, if there's anyone who did me mad, I mentioned it was going to be Ultor, who's been leading this roster throughout this tournament. Lexi now. Camp in front for life. Yoko keeps it away. Again, a 1-goal lead right now for BGS. It's going to be a much tougher battle. Now that CplMonkeyshines have some momentum on their side, but they've got to get back. Don't get it there. Lexi can't shoot from that angle, but he can set up a play. Left in front. Life. Fake under one, but still dunked out. CplMonkeyshines right now running on fumes. Almost no boost for any of these players. But they are able to get out of defense, and I know for CplMonkeyshines, they're playing survival. They've got to start finding ways to thrive under this pressure, because BGS are not going to stop giving them this kind of offense. It's really up to CplMonkeyshines to bring it their own way.
And I will say as well for BGS, we all love the Mechie Mechs, we all love the highlights, but ultimately trying to find a way to get on the board, just doing what's efficient, be able to get a 2 or maybe a 3-goal lead, and then you can go back to the flashier offense might be the way to go. They are still opting to go with what brought them to the dance. Why wouldn't you? But again, just overall, I feel that there's elements that Ultor could get from a 1v1 perspective, 1v1 matchups. Again, we're going to see one here after this, but even in this game, just a breakaway situation is Plexi. Now look at the follow, kick up now by Yoko. Life wants to follow, but not going to be able to. That one set high. Ultor going to be able to get the touch, set back there. Nobody able to get the shot for CplMonkeyshines. And again, only a 1-goal differential right now, 7-3 in game number 1. But you can just tell CplMonkeyshines, they are living life to the fullest.
They're really throwing everything out there in this grand finals, making sure that BGS knows exactly who they are after this series. Life now, second touch, that's gonna go sky high all the way to Yoko. Off the side wall, Ultor collecting, Plexi. Life's actually pre-jumped that one, but it will not collect. Again, it's only a 1-goal lead at this point, but you can tell BGS really are still fighting for that second goal, fighting to extend that lead. Plexi, shot on, no, it's just off the post. Mega will be very happy. Now he gets to shoot his own way. Flip reset. Mega challenged by 2. It's in front for Yoko. Ultor wins the race to the ball. And CplMonkeyshines taking it slow in the defensive side. Life. Mega. Ultor. Yoko with the block. CplMonkeyshines just waiting and waiting. The opportunities just have not shown themselves. They've got to start pressing the issue. Got to start challenging earlier, because as long as the game stays like this, they're not going to score.
No, and it's a similar situation, I think, to our 2v2 situation, 1-0. We saw in game number 1, absolute ferocity, early and often we saw those scores. Right now, all of 1 goal, you don't have any margin for error. And again, right now, if you're BGS, like I say, go back to fundamentals, go back to basics, because right now, that has really served CplMonkeyshines well. Again, right now, of course, you can try to bleed clock, but again, the smallest of mistakes, the smallest margin of errors stands between you and possibly a tie ball game. And if you're CplMonkeyshines, that's all you're looking at. You want to take this quite possibly into OT. You don't necessarily stress, like I say, about the 2 you need. Just tie this one up and go from there.
Oh, what a flip reset though. Alter able to shoot on that play as at this point for Bubble Guppy Snackers, they'd love to just take one more goal, a little bit of insurance, and really play things cleanly out as a triple commit for Q up. Yoko on the end of the play, but Ultor stealing it away. Bubble Guppy Snackers just waiting in front. Yoko now. Driven downfield, that's a huge pinch. Q up Mana have broken into offense, but they aren't going to stay there very long. Send out to Flexi. Back to Ultor. Yoko unable to get the challenge. Kiwi has to wait as Life just keeping the ball away. Now in comes Yoko, but Q-Up Mana just don't have ball possession. They've got to go down the lane of the field. In front, pass upfield to Kiwi. Doink goes on. Ultor will see that one away, and while Q-Up Mana keeps this alive, BGS will take a 2-1 series lead as we go into the 1v1 game mode.
I will tell you this, and keep it real, keep it 100. It is a dub for BGS, but it's not a dub they should be happy about. They were in here in game number 1, just such ferocity earlier on. They lose a 2 situation to this crew, and yes, they got a dub by 1. That is not this BGS way. That is not what they have accomplished here tonight. So now, honestly, for me, the pressure is on Ultor to come back, do what he did to Nawafi and what he has done all evening long, and to establish the pace here yet again. Huge factor, of course, in our previous series, was able to get that huge win over Nawafi, was able to get the OT winner here. I think Ultor can really set the tone, can really step up where Life and Plexi simply did not. I think he can go out there, establish himself early. I don't know what we're going to see here, but right now, Q-Up Mana, whatever happens here tonight, like I said, I'm glad that they are able to walk out of here with some money. They have just played above and beyond. Huge fan now would be, obviously, big fan of BGS and who they have coming into this one, but Q-Up Mana, it's going to be Ultor and it's going to be Mega. I don't know. I don't know what to expect here, but that's what makes it great here in the grand final.
Yeah, we are in the grand final still, and it is Ultor and Mega. I mean, we all knew coming into this it was going to be Ultor and Mega. Now it's here, and my question now is, we saw Ultor take on Nawafi and take him down quite rather easily. Mega, does he stand much of a chance? Nawafi's pretty well known. Mega, not so much in the 1v1 scene. He's going to have a tough time, but he's got to be able to keep up with Ultor, and so far starting off well, but Ultor, boost control, boost consumption. That's what's going to make him scary. Mega, not used to playing with so little boost. That's going to be a huge change up for him. And Ultor, he's not exactly going to be very nice to him here.
Yeah, we're seeing Ultor picking up where he left off with regards to Nawafi. Out ahead 1-0. We saw how out of control that got in a hurry. But again, Mega's in a similar situation to where his teammates were with Plexi and Life. Slow things down, and I will say it appears Ultor is truly taking a more concerted effort. You know, Life and Plexi, they were having fun out there early on. They felt that they could afford to, they could not. Right now, Ultor officially in go-to-work mode, and this is what we saw a little bit earlier on. Happy to just lunch pail it up, gets it off of Mega, looping around, grabs a couple of pennies, calls it a day, and he is more than happy to do this all day long. Quite possibly wrap up an easy dub here in our game number 4. But again, if you are Mega, try to slow things down, be patient. That is every good one player's goal, is to not panic. And despite the absolutely tremendous work that we see from Ultor, you can only do so much in that case with the air dribble bump. Saw it a little bit earlier on in the evening, and now busting out here again, and now Mega finds himself in a similar situation to Nawafi.
Yeah, it's a very tough situation for Mega, because he already knows he is definitely not favored in this 1v1 match. And Ultor, I mean, he's proven to us already tonight how good he has been in ones in general here, and he is still not done. Air dribble for Ultor, flip reset. Ultor, oh my, there is nothing stopping that one. Flip reset from Ultor. And to make sure that even if Life and Plexi may not be playing at their best, he absolutely is, and he's going to make sure this team takes match point early.
And it is indeed a team effort, and we all know that. But definitely, I'm getting an aura of, well, if you want to get something done, you got to do it yourself from Ultor, and winning the kickoff there in a huge way, grabbing the 100 as well. Wants to just absolutely end this one early and not giving any room to operate is Ultor, and now 5-0. We'll just continue digging the grave for Mega. Says, hey, whenever you want to jump in there, feel free, my guy, because we are done here. We were done before we even kicked off. Mega, valiant effort, but right now it's a struggle. Still time, but right now Alter just playing above and beyond.
I think for Mega, it all starts with one goal. Can he find anything past Alter right now? I think he's looking for the air drill bump. Does not have enough boost to do it though. And Alter for the in and out save. Now he's gonna go for the shot. Mega, he got a little bit careless there. He went for boost. He's going to pay for it. Alter with a 6th. And Bubble Guppy Snackers looking to just lock down match point, tournament point as well. As Queue Up Mana, I mean, they're forced to play this in the 1v1, and they already knew coming into this it was not going to be very easy. They took the 2v2, but going to game 5, assuming that Alter doesn't throw this game away, they're gonna have to win from here on out. And I mean, we've already seen the Bubble Guppy Snackers when they get to match point. We haven't seen teams beat them.
No, we haven't, and ultimately, I think one of the worst things that any five words. Some of the worst 5 words I think anybody could have uttered this evening when it came to Bubble Guppy Snackers 1v1 me bro, because Alter has been more than happy to do just that, as Mega looking to crack the scoreboard in any form or fashion. But as well, Alter, right now you are more than happy, I think, to maybe kill some clock or whatever. I think you have officially dragged the soul out of Mega, at least thus far, not even able to score just yet. That's something Nawafi was able to do. Mega against struggling. His Alter should be able to take that one back. Indeed, able to collect. We'll just flick it up and over. And not going to find the back of the net, but I feel that's a situation where Alter's going to say, all right, we can do that this time. We can make it even easier. It just appears to be the individual out there for VGS that most has the chip on their shoulder. Not to suggest that Lexi and Light don't by any stretch of the imagination, but Alter looking to take this whole thing on his back and maybe carry it to the finish line. Mega, however, able to get a save there, up and over. No, able to sneak it past Alter, back and forth, a little bit of butting of heads there. But I will say, Sporty, this does appear easily to be in the back pocket of VGS for this particular match. But going into this next one with threes, I mean, you do have a very upset Alter. Obviously, you do have an upset Flex. You do have an upset Light. The last thing I think this crew wanted to do was play VGS with a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, but I mean, for VGS, they'll be pretty happy. You mentioned just coming into this game, there's a good amount of pressure on Alter to make sure that not only did he perform, but he played to the level that VGS are expected to. I think this is good enough for him. He was going to outrank Mega in that 1v1 mode, no matter which way you look at it. And Bubble Guppy Snackers, I mean, again, I think they might just be playing for time at this point. Alter looking for goals. Still, he's going to take a 7th one, but at this point for these players, I think it's more about just letting time take its course, go to game 5 where there's going to be a little bit more competition and a lot more on the line.
I mean, I give Mega all the compliments of the whole wide world. Not going away, definitely playing his game. But of course, one of these individuals in the top 101s, one is not. Look at the scoreboard, you can probably figure that one out. Buck 32 left to go in this one. Kick up now by Alter. Alter has 100 and the control. Mega 65. Flick up now by Alter. Mega going to be able to escort this one away a bit. Looking for the pinch off the kickback now by Alter. Nothing in tank for Mega, but again, Alter more than happy. Officially at the point where he can play with this food in this situation. And now sends it on back. Does Mega maybe looking to send us all to South America as a treat. But again, we'll be shifting back to 3v3 action here in our next matchup. VGS has the opportunity to call it an evening. No matter what happens, both of these teams walk away with some money. Again, thanks so much to Team Evo for providing us that opportunity. Ascent Tournament Series Paradise Cup Crew Battle action, as I say, brought to you by the fine folks at Team Evo. But again, this one does look to be academic in this situation, a 2 + 2 = 4 kind of situation. And again, Alter, yeah, you know what, that twos game was pretty rough, but we will happily come in here and get an easy dub in ones. Really putting the onus again on Queue Up Mana in threes, but they have played exceptionally well since that twos matchup. This one, I say, it got out of hand early. I don't know that we expect a much different.
As Alter, again, it's just playing for time, playing for control, letting this roll back. Queue Up, now gonna wait. I mean, time's gonna be over. We're going to another. That's a great flip reset. What a save for Mega, though. I still get it out of the net. I think for Alter, he's gonna let Mega have a few touches on the wall, but once it hits the ground, it's match point, tournament point for the Bubble Guppy Snackers. Alter has been leading his team all night. He does it again in the grand finals. Flip reset, musty flick, double tap, no doubt about it. 8-0 Ultor, making sure that when he ends this game, he ends it in style. And we go to game 5, where BGS can take the tournament.
Yeah, I felt that. Okay, my guy, we all knew what was coming. I'm sure Mega did. Just couldn't stop it. And again, Ultor, like, by the way, if you haven't been paying attention, there you go. We are done here. An emphatic victory, and then some, a 50% shot chart. But when you have 16 shots to it, wow, just absolutely nuts. Again, I don't know that we expected anything different here in our 1v1 matchup. But here we go, back to 3v3. Only a 1-0 situation last time around for BGS, but 1-0 will, in fact, win it for them this time around. So we'll see what CplMonkeyshines has for us. They have surprised all evening long, got a huge upset. I don't know that I can underscore the word huge in all caps enough over Plexi and Life, and all due respect to those two, but I have no doubt that CplMonkeyshines is going to probably hang that up as a banner themselves, just for that in and of itself. Huge game. But again, here, quite possibly our final game of the evening, and so huge for both these teams to be able to get on the board first, but that will not be the shot that does it.
CplMonkeyshines early attacks, but now they got to pull themselves back together. That 1v1 was a slow and arduous process. Now it's 3v3. They did well in the last 3v3 game. Only a 1-goal difference, but it's not a great start for them. Life making sure that his return is definitely one that's marked with some positives. As everybody from CplMonkeyshines triple commits, Life finds the bottom right corner. And the last person you want to give an open net to would be Life or Ultor. Or I guess there's not really a last person you want to give it to. They're all terrible players to give an open net to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw from Life there early on that, okay, we're ready to end this one early. That 2 was rough. That last win wasn't the best for us, but Mega Nuts have had a rough go against Ultor. But now CplMonkeyshines not going away yet again. Plexi able to get back to it, tied up at 427, and Mana just buzzing about, will not stop.
Yeah, and I think the thing that really makes that play is the fact that Life got demoed. As I think we got another disconnect here with Plexi. Unfortunately for him and his team, there's not much they can do. They have to play this one out, and it's another goal for CplMonkeyshines. And with this being another disconnect for Plexi, he's had a couple of those issues already tonight. This is a bad time to disconnect. This is a bad time to have your internet come in, and BGS, they're gonna have to play 2v3 for the time being here. And man, you could not talk about any worse timing here, but they've got to play with what they have here in Game 5 as CplMonkeyshines looking to extend the series any bit longer as Ultor. Good play from Mega, gets past one. Now looking to the back wall. Is there anyone home? No, there isn't. And it's wide open for Yoko. CplMonkeyshines, they have no shame in taking these goals in Game 5 to keep their series alive. They score on the open nets.
Plexi's disconnect issues have been there from the start. They have not been that big of an issue overall in terms of scoring for BGS until now, and Plexi needs to get back in there ASAP, because you do not like this in a 2v3 situation. And not only that, you have Life and Ultor back out there, and Life able to pop that one off the side. But again, keep in mind, Life and Plexi, that's your duo, not Life and Ultor. Individual, just great talents individually, but not your synergy necessarily. They're able to get back within 354. But again, yeah, if you're CplMonkeyshines, absolutely feast whilst you can. Try to find a way to sneak past. Mega and Plexi joins back. Thought we might see another one sneak by, but still with that 1-goal lead is CplMonkeyshines.
Yeah, and again, the fact that they didn't get any advantages all that much from that disconnect, that's a huge turnaround. BGS proving that even with 2 players, they're still very competitive against CplMonkeyshines here as Ultor sends it away. Up it goes. Plexi to the back corner as Yoko leading under this. Life now. Great play around one. Got bumped midair. Couldn't get much on Mega. And CplMonkeyshines waiting back. That pass didn't really connect. And with all 4 players back for BGS, they're going to search for that next goal here to tie this game up, to put the pressure on CplMonkeyshines as Life double tap off the corner. Plexi not very happy about that disconnect, sets it up for Life. Double tap, double in. Life makes it look easy, and it's Plexi to assist.
If you got it, folks, that is the hat trick. And again, I'm curious if we might not see you know, a rematch from earlier on if Life and Plexi had that opportunity. But no, I think they're just ready to end it here. So even the disconnect, once again, doesn't hurt Plexi too badly. However, Yoko off the kick. We saw a high-scoring affair here in game number 1, and it looks to be the case here again. And again, we talked about a potential final game, Queue Up Mana. Not about that commentary whatsoever. 7 total goals, not even 2 minutes into this one.
Yeah, it's been high scoring to say the very least, and BGS, again, the ones who are actually losing at this point. Queue Up Mana, again, I said they needed to bring up that pressure. They have done just that. Bubble Guppies, Snackers. Just gonna wait. Just going to wait here. There's still a lot of time to go. That's the one error that Queue Up's given them. But they haven't made too many others. Another goal. This one for Kiwi and Queue Up Mana. Making sure that they stick this one in front of the noses of BGS.
And you mentioned, you know, there's been some goals over the course of the evening, as you mentioned, with an asterisk by them, we should say, due to disconnects. But here we are. And again, Queue Up Mana has one, and they will happily take that on into a potential game 6. Would be absolutely amazing. You know, coming into this one, you know, I felt I don't know how long we're going to be here. You know, given Queue Up Mana all the respect in the world, BGS has been playing so very, very well, but they have honestly brought a fight to this BGS crew that they have not felt all evening long. Life not going to find the back of the net mega there. So again, couple minutes to go in this one. Still anybody's game, of course, but again, we see the pressure that we saw in that 2v2 setup. I would argue the pressure was there for Ultor, but responded to the challenge I think that we both expected him to do. But yeah, there's just some miscues here in this one. You're really starting to see where this trio, you know, struggles every once in a while. But right now, Queue Up Mana, they are playing every bit the trifecta.
Queue Up waiting though, and the problem is when you've got Plexi, Life, and Ultor pressing on offense, something is going to break. Ultor now, full tank of burst, able to beat out Kiwi, Mega. Great first touch, holding on to this one, and the challengers just aren't really there, as now a bounce to the corner, whiff in front, Plexi! Oh, I thought he maybe missed that one, but he puts it in. Bubble Guppy Snackers were down by 3 goals at one point, and they're marching back now, only 1 away.
Yeah, I thought it may very well skid horizontal. I really question, really question the pinch attempt there, but still 1 goal differential in favor of Queue Up Mana, and it again, they just will not stop if they're able to get on the board here yet again, Sporty. I mean, just what an effort, and I think we coming into that one say, oh my gosh, it's been an effort, and Plexi is gone once more. It is 3-2 yet again.
Well, this is a
Mega wants to follow. Yoko playing very far back. Kiwi going to spawn back in off the demo. Affords the opportunity to get set up, but it is a meeting of the minds between 2 members as Kiwi going to take this one away. And again, I know there's people out there saying, why the heck? What is going on? Get your internet fixed, my guy, but still out of here. 3v2. Plexi is back, beg pardon. And now Kiwi, a tremendous save. So, my goodness, you got to wonder as well, my guy. You know, BGS fans out there say, what the heck? Ultra going to get that one away, gets deleted by Yoko. But yeah, I know sick and tired are they of Plexi getting disconnected. I'm sure Plexi is as well.
Yeah, but the fortunate thing is he's back in, and with 30 seconds to go, still a lot of time for BGS to work with. Ultor using the fake. Ultor dribbling the dunk, not on target, but BGS just playing for one more chance. It's Plexi. Stopped by Kiwi. Life off the back wall. Time winding down, but maybe one more chance again. Plexi, fake for Life. Mega will be waiting on the end of this one. Plexi challenging. Ultor, Life, can he just keep this in front? Tap down! No one was there! It's hit the ground. Queue Up Mana, keep the series going.
And BGS has to be saying, yeah, you like that disconnect goal, do ya? So here we are. Queue Up Mana continuing on. And I will tell you, Sporty, this is the game sense play that I love and that wins championships. And again, it's going to be a challenge to get there, but we are honestly, a lot farther than I think any of us expected Queue Up Mana to be, period, in this tournament, in this event, let alone in the here and the now. I think arguments could have been made in chat between the two of us. You know, might see a sweep 4-1 or whatever. There is a realistic chance where they walk away with this dub. Now, if they are going to do it, all they got to do is beat Life and Plexi twice. The first time around was wild. I don't know that they could do it again, but I didn't think they could get here in the first place. Let's see what happens.
Game 6 of this series, and Life and Plexi going for the ultra-aggressive mood of playing the 2v2 all over again, the mode that they lost in. And I feel like they did this more just so that they could prove themselves rather than anything else. I mean, if they wanted to win this thing, they would have played also in the 1v1 and would have taken this, and would have wanted to, you know, play that way. I think they're doing this so they can prove, no, they just trolled the first game. They're here, and that they will beat Queue Up Mana. That's an ultra-aggressive move, but I can see why they'd want to go for it. They really want to make sure they are there, but they aren't. Queue Up Mana scored first again. It's Kiwi who takes this one, and Bubble Guppy Snackers took that move, but it hasn't started off very well for them. Life and Plexi not on the same page, and Queue Up they're sitting very close to these challenges, and the thing is, BGS, they don't want to clear that ball away, and so Queue Up Mana, they can challenge as often as they want.
I respect the desire between Life and Plexi to want to get that one back. And it does appear indeed Life is going to pick up where I think we expected him to leave off. Like I say, I fully respect them wanting to go out there and get that one back. I'm not shocked at all. Now, I would say, I think the easy dub is there with Ultra. I think we can make that commentary and feel very comfortable about it. But we know what this duo is capable of. We've seen them all evening long. But again, Queue Up Mana, it is 1-all. And it's situations where we have seen Life and Plexi truly dominate, and they've done so with one on the opposition scoreboard, to be fair. But one thing that they are not doing that ultimately, arguably, cost them that first matchup between these two, they're in this rematch, they are not taking their time. They are not messing around. That's very obvious, and neither is Kiwi, however. Kiwi, the individual that truly led this duo to a win first time around. Folks, it's 2-1. Don't go anywhere.
They're not going anywhere. I don't think that's the question. I think the question is, where are these teams going to go? And how is BGS going to take this one? Because, I mean, this game is really taught to them. No, this Queue Up Mana team really does mean business. And I think now they've got a lot of inspiration. After winning that preview, they know, hey, wait, they can win this one. That this is winnable for Queue Up Mana at this point, as Life unable to hit the flip reset play. Plexi getting bumped out of the way here as he goes off the sidewall. Yoko up in the air. Yoko still. Great job from Life to track that one. Plexi's not going to get up there very early. Queue Up just waiting on for offense as Life now one-on-one fakes the flick, gets the pop. Yoko had no chance, and the Bubble Guppy Snackers relying on Life. It's his second goal.
What about Snackers just setting up for a full-blown feast? Is Life looking for the bump off that if it all misses? 328. But again, I think just one of the absolute biggest challenges of the evening that BGS has faced, not only in this team, but also in this duo. I mean, again, you feel the pressure as well on BGS. They are the ones who's supposed to win the series. They were the ones that's supposed to win the first two's matchup. They're the one that's supposed to win this as well. But Kiwi, tip him if you got him, folks. It is the hat trick yet again. 3-12, and Queue Up Mana will not cease.
I can't believe this. This is unprecedented. Queue Up Mana. They chose a 2v2 mode the first time around. In Plex and Life, they wanted to prove they were the better team in twos, but obviously, they may have, once again, overthought this one. But look at this from Life. Has a flip to work with. Will not be able to use it against Yoko. Plexia now, beat on the play. Kiwi can jump for this, but he won't be there fast enough. Life gonna force him into the play. Demoed out. Yoko, the only one back. It is wide open for Plexi, and he taps it in. We're tied again. It has been back and forth, and it feels like this game will never end.
And to be fair as well, these are the plays that BGS, that Plexi and Life need to make. And of course, but it's simple plays like that that will end up costing you games. And yeah, we know what they're capable of in terms of the highlight reel stuff. Absolutely, 100%. Life has shown off all evening long. But again, it has been the fundamental game that has truly been kind to Queue Up Mana, and Life looking to pop that one past, not going to be able to. And again, for BGS, I'm kind of surprised they don't go back to some really basic stuff, because right now they are losing, they are trailing once again in this one, just south of halftime. Queue Up Mana, arguably with the momentum here. And again, you gotta wonder, is BGS getting more and more frustrated as time goes along? There's a ton of time. Yes, they're down by 1, but they're down again. I can only imagine what this is doing. Being in the back of the minds, again, we know what Plexi and Life can do, but at the same time, they're not doing it.
Well, they are in many ways. They're always finding ways to respond. That's the one thing that has been consistent in this game for them here, as they'll try to flip reset there. Lexi all the way back on defense after the demo spawn. Yoko one-on-one, demoed away. Life making sure that they don't concede another one, as here goes Plexi, dribble it through. But Kiwi ready. Yoko now. Get under the clear for the French-Canadian organization as Life. Yoko to the back wall. Plexi has got a challenge. He took a long time and really thought about that one. But BGS, they're still in control. They're still holding on, but they need a goal. Time is running low, but a flip reset. Live to net. Saved by Yoko. And Kiwi will be the one on top of this. Kiwi waiting is Kiwi. Got Plexi jumping. Queue up Mana with some insurance.
So, if you take the nameplate away, would you have necessarily any idea? I mean, yes, you see the traditional lifestyle, haha. But you also see Plexi out there. We see that duo, but still, aside from that, you could just say, oh well, Queue up Mana also learned some fancy mechanics as well. Almost, I mean, my gosh, like I said, a world exists right now, a very realistic scenario where Life and Plexi go 0-2, and again, they can create some innovative offense in a hurry, but they got to go back to basics. I'm curious as to why they haven't opted to something just so bare bones. But to be fair as well, Queue up Mana, they've been being bare bones, and they've been able to work defensively with that. I almost think that BGS has to go a highly mechy. If they're gonna make it happen, they have to find a way to catch this crew off guard, but they haven't done that whatsoever.
I know, it's a very surprising game, and I'm sure a very frustrating game for all those BGS fans, because Queue up Mana have just been playing better. They've been playing better in the 2v2 mode, and Bubble Guppy Snackers gotta find some sort of response. Flight flicks it up. Oh, a whiff back there. It's gonna fall in. 30 seconds to go. BGS opening up yet another door to come back into this game, and it's off just a whiff from Kiwi with a flick that I don't think he was ready to see. It sailed just that highly.
Yeah, that was a flick that's so very difficult, especially with that arc, especially with that speed. But 30 seconds left to go in this one. Again, 5-4. We saw that in our most recent 3v3 matchup. Might it be the same case here for 2v2? And again, right now, if you're Queue up Mana, similar situation. If you can advance it to the opposition side of the pitch, maybe a little bit of back and forth. Of course, can't set up for something wild 50, wild pinch, anything like that. Life looking to tie this one back up. Didn't think those words would escape my lips. Yet again, flick up and over, pop up now. Plexi, the scramble up, sends it back. Opportunity, Life for the demo. Look for the foam. Not gonna get it, folks. We are headed to Champions Field, Game 7. The Ascent Tournament Series Paradise Cup Crew Battles, brought to you by the fine folks at Team Evo. Sporty, what in the world?
Yeah, I know. This is a series that surprised everyone. Queue up Mana, they were surprising us all tournament long. They've saved the biggest one for the grand finals. They are, at this point, the only team to have brought BGS to even Game 6. Now they're the only team to bring them to Game 7. What a turn of events here. We go to the 3v3 mode, and Queue up Mana won the last one. BGS feeling the pressure now. They called for twos, got burned on it. And we've going all the way, and now Queue up Mana, they can win this thing.
I'm trying to process, like, number one, going out there, calling for twos earlier on. I said, okay, man, I appreciate the spirit, I appreciate the confidence, but I don't know about this. And then they go out, best Life and Plexi. Come back again, Life and Plexi, we got this, we're going to make this happen. No? Again, you put Ultra out there, I think it's academic. I think they walk away with the one. I think they walk away with the dub. Here we are, Champions Field. This is how it goes. We're going this late. We might as well continue on. Dare I say overtime? I'm just going to put that out there. Why the heck not? Because we've got this long. Why not make it even better for the content? But again, here you are, Queue up Mana, and again, the pressure on BGS. It's their job to win. They're supposed to win. And my gosh, if Queue up Mana is able to get a 1-0 lead, I don't even know, man. I don't even know.
The fair thing to say. I don't know either. That's the thing to say about this. And yet, it's Game 7, Champions Field. We have found our way here in the Grand Finals. And, again, we'll get these players in. We are having some tech issues. I know Plexi resetting his PC. He's actually taking this quite seriously. He's resetting his PC, hoping that will fix the internet issues he's been having tonight. But yeah, these BGS players now, I have now just started to notice they can actually lose this match. QplMonkey can beat them. QplMonkey has already beaten them in 3v3s once this series, so it could happen a second time. And it is the Bubble Guppy Snackers, who now probably wish that they did go to the 1v1 in Game 6, because they've gone to Game 7, and this is not a guarantee win for them.
Well, keep in mind as well, you say Plexi taking this seriously, as he should, because a disconnect ends up costing this crew a 3v3 situation. So hopefully, and let's be fair here as well, you know, we as casters, these folks as competitors, they want a nice, clean game. They want everybody to be out there to perform at the best of their ability. Plexi now taking to the pitch already, getting ready to go out there, getting Nancy. So let's do this. Let's do this. I want to make sure we get this opportunity. But here we are, folks. It is game number 7. When it matters the most, Grand Finals, exactly what we wanted it to be. You do have Ultor, Plexi, and Life taking on Mega Kiwi and Yoko. I can't say I thought we'd get here. I quite frankly don't care, because this is amazing action we've seen all evening long. And now it's time for BGS to step up like they did in game number 1, 7-3, I believe. Just an absolute crushing. But ever since then, it has not been the case whatsoever. Again, important, I would say, for QplMonkey to be able to score first. But honestly, I would say more room for error, it feels like, for QplMonkey, Sporty.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of room for error here, because BGS, if they're gonna take, they have already taken this quite seriously. They know how important this match is, and they're gonna look to take that first goal, and they're gonna do just that. Ultor slides it by, and you can see there's some bump attempts from Life. Gets Yoko, then goes chasing after Kiwi, but it won't matter. That shot's very strong. And Ultor, who has been a key factor tonight, continues to hit the net and continues to allow BGS to take goals when they need them. Now it's Life, one-on-one, not past Mega, but pressure's on QplMonkey. It has been this whole series. It's on them again. Can they answer? Can they score back? Can they tie this game?
Yeah, you saw that skid off the kickoff as well, coming off the cheat for Life. I think that was a little more, we might be talking to L, but still 1-0, and that was a situation we saw BGS win a 1-0 3v3 situation a little bit earlier on. But again, QplMonkey, we know we can't count them out until zero's on the shot clock, and even then, because again, we're just dealing with a 1-goal differential. And again, BGS, you can see they are trying to play to their absolute top effort. Not saying that they weren't before, but a little bit lackadaisical there ever since that twos matchup. I would say the one individual that we have seen throw back and forth hands would be Ultor. And I will say as well, if BGS does come out and win this thing, I don't know how you can't, you know, tip the nod, possibly MVP up and over that way, crossbar, but not down. Actually a kind defender for BGS up and over Yoko. Look at the setup. Kiwi, but instead Plexi gonna carry it off the undercarries, back down. Life looking to get the follow. No, not gonna happen. Crossbar will not only deny at one end of the pitch, will also deny at the other. 3 minutes left to go here, folks. It is game 7. Ascend Tournament Series Paradise Cup. Crew battles brought to you by Team Evo. And right now, QplMonkey, even though they are down, they are vibing, they are feeling it, Sporty.
They're looking to play the best they can. Yoko, though, demoed out. Here goes Plexi. Double tap. Demos all over the place, but Mega clears it away. Left it for Yoko. QplMonkey need that offensive chance, and if there's anybody that can do it, it would be Kiwi. He has been elite in their 3v3 games so far, so he's been their goal-scoring prowess. They need to just get upfield, get a chance. BGS aren't going to give them anything for free. Kiwi able to take down Ultor, still a 1-0 lead. Ultor, bump, this one. Kiwi, who will clear. Plexi, dumped out. Q up, holding on for dear life. They need an offensive chance. Maybe this is it. Mega in front, no one there to shoot, but Yoko with free space. Life will try to take it away, but Yoko gets around one. Left for Plexi, however. BGS keep this. Plexi, ceiling, drop down. Mega not getting beat by Life. And QplMonkey holding on, but they've got to find offense. They've got to find a goal. Time is running low, and all that BGS needs to do is keep this lead.
Welcome in the folks from Zen Zero. It is the Ascend Tournament Series Paradise Cup battles. This is Game 7 in the Grand Finals. BGS, Life, Plexi, Ultra, they have been largely grinding their way with ease towards this point. But Q Up Mana, the lovable upstarts that they are, have been able to get here thanks to, get this, 2 dubs over Life and Plexi in 2v2 situations. Right now, here they are, still down 1-0 as we take ever closer towards a minute remaining to crossbar. Again, denied BGS. Might it be fate? Might the Rocket League gods be smiling down on this Q-Up Mana crew? Yet again, that one set back. Plexi, Altar rushing back. I gotta say as well, Sporty, if I'm looking for one individual, believe it or not, that quite possibly seal this for BGS, I'm looking at Altar.
Yeah, we've been looking at Altar all night, but here goes Q Up. Yoko. Plexi was waiting back. Now it's playing the midfield for Kiwi. Oh, he's been bumped up by Plexi. Altar waiting. Mega wins the challenge. Mega just looking to take some players away from the field, but BGS, everybody's sitting on that back line and they're waiting for Q Up to attack. Mega, that one on, saved by Life as it just went away from the net. Yoko left, Life hits the post. Yoko trying to go the other way. Plexi keeps it up. BGS 10 seconds away from being champions. Q Up Mana, maybe one more chance to keep the dream alive. Yoko, Ultor clears it out. Can Kiwi get there? He will not. Bubble Guppies Snackers will take the series, the championship, and the Paradise Cup.
So I will say this. Q Up Mana may have taken the L in this one, but they gave BGS the fight of the night. They made it anything but easy. They got amazing wins over Life and Plexi. And again, this the second 1-0 3v3 situation. We saw game number 1. It was like 7-3. It was absolutely emphatic dub. And I know there was a feeling of, oh, I think we're done here. I think it's good to go. We'll get out of here easy. Game 7. This one, like I said, there was a very real situation in which we're talking about a Game 7 overtime, maybe even a Q Up Mana dub. If y'all know the individuals on BGS's team, if you don't know the individuals out there at Q Up Mana, you should now, because this is an absolutely tremendous trio. But congratulations to both of these teams. GG's to all the teams involved, and congratulations, of course, to BGS. The great news, though, Sporty, both of these teams able to walk away with some money, and they definitely both deserve it.
As you said, what a huge victory for them here. My goodness, I was utterly impressed with that one here as well. But the Bubble Guppy Snackers, the #1 seed coming into this event, take the event. But it was a battle till the very, very end in Game 7 of that championship. But as I said, put respect on that name. My goodness, Q Up came up there, took the second place, but BGS do win. And again, I think they'll be happy enough with that. Even if it's a long win, they'll take that win. They'll take the victory, no matter which way they get it.
100%. I know those twos games very frustrating for Plexi and Life, but hey, sometimes you go out, maybe you don't play as well as you would like, but my main thing, early on, they were not taking the game seriously. We saw it in their card language, thinking that it was an easy dub, and that ultimately almost ends up costing their team overall. And again, goes back in there. I'm thinking maybe Ultor, able to win easily with 1v1. I think that's arguably what may very well have happened. They wanted to go out there, they wanted to make things right, did not do that, but ultimately, my gosh, just absolutely insane work by both these teams. And two, credit to BGS for stepping up when it mattered most. They may have been 1-0, but their wins, and that's something that it looked like they may not actually be able to get. As odd as that sounds, I'm saying this, I've seen these individuals play all evening long, and BGS just looked like absolute world beaters and then some. But then you had a team that, oh my gosh, Q Up Mana playing out of their minds. But again, you could tell coming into this one just how much they were vibing, they were having fun. You mentioned it earlier on. People didn't expect them to be here, thinking, gosh, this will be a quick series. We end up going to a Game 7. They look tremendous, and they can feel good, not only having walked away with some prize money, but also knowing that, honestly, they could have won this thing.
As you said as well, it was that close. But again, BGS, they're BGS for a reason. These Bubble Guppy Snackers are these good players for a reason. The championship, the tournament is theirs. But of course, we do have that MVP award to consider here. CplMonkeyshines. I mean, there's a lot of good players in this tournament, a lot of really good teams. I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear what's happening?
Everybody's excited. There's a celebration going on.
I don't know what. It feels like that might be a college party that just came in.
Yeah, well, you know what? No. They clearly just saw what we just saw. But my question, Sporty, who's your MVP?
I mean, that's the question that we both have to agree on here as well. I mean, it's such a tough match as well. It's such a tough decision to make. I think before we even discuss our MVP, we should discuss other teams that have really impressed us this tournament.
Okay.
Because there have been some really, really good teams in this tournament. Now, looking at this bracket, is there anybody else in this tournament that you think deserves the nod?
Oh my gosh. I mean, so many great individuals. I mean, we saw 100x30 Knight play a little on. They played tremendously. I mean, CplMonkeyshines, my gosh, just playing out of their minds. But yeah, I mean, 100x35 Knight, I think, PTR, another crew that came through, played exceptionally well. We were treated to so much just amazing stuff going on this evening and over the course of the tournament. I want to thank, by the way, each and every player, each and every member, everybody, yourself, all the other casters, the production folks. But in terms of teams, I mean, gosh, you look at these final two, they were amazing. Again, once you get even into, I say the semis, even beyond that, I think if you got to this point, if you got to Championship Sunday, you earned it. I think we can definitively say that.
As you said as well, I think the team that I would say would really impress me this event would have been honestly probably PTR. I mean, this is insane match as well. But again, I think this series has been incredible so far. But I mean, we do have that MVP vote to go to, and I think as everybody's talking in the staff team behind us about this one as well. I want to hear kind of. I mean, I think before we go to it, we should talk about mentions, people that we should mention as being MVP level candidates before we even get to who we agree as our MVP here. I want to make my mention for Kiwi. Kiwi deserved it. I mean, quite literally, someone from QUp's going to get that mention, but it was Kiwi. He stepped up when his team needed him, scored so many goals in that grand finals, really kept his team in this one. But of course, Kiwi isn't our MVP for this event. CplMonkeyshines, I rarely let other people do it. I'll have you take it. Who's the MVP for this tournament?
Well, I just want to say really quick, easily an argument can be made for Kiwi. All right. If you're talking about an individual who led the charge against Life and Plexi, who is largely responsible for those two dubs, Kiwi, an individual that came out there and right, we often talk about the MVP does not necessarily need to come from a winning team by any stretch of the imagination. But I will say this, ultimately, I got to give it to Ultor. And the reason for that is you had Life and Plexi go out there, struggle a little bit. And again, this was a trio that didn't exactly look like they were working as a trio. But let's remember, overwhelming 1v1 matchups. Saw a little bit earlier against Guard. We saw it against Dwafi, two members of 100x35. We saw it against Mega. Unfortunately, just out of sorts there. But also Ultor hitting an overtime winning shot. Just when it came down to it, Ultor was right place, right time. Arguably the one individual out of BGS that was playing great game sense. We talk about that honestly, this trio of CplMonkeyshines, that they were playing well as a whole. BGS, they're able to take the dub, I feel, largely because of Ultor. And that's not shade on Plex Your Life any stretch of the imagination, but Ultor was the consistent for this crew. I think if they're gonna look at each other and be like, hey, who do we think the most? I think maybe a couple extra bucks may go Ultor's way.
Well, that's our MVP as well. The team has voted. It's Ultor who's our MVP for this event. So I don't know if Ultor's still awake. He's probably celebrating out there with the rest of his team. But Ultor is our Paradise Cup 2, sponsored by Team Evo MVP. So that's the player it is. And I think it's a pretty obvious choice that if it was going to be someone from BGS, it would be Ultor. And again, the staff team agrees as well. I mean, Ultor himself really led that team through the tournament. That's exactly who you would want as a team leader as well. Came in as the captain for BGS, led them throughout this final day, showed up in the semifinals, showed up in the grand finals when his team needed him. Again, without Ultor, there's a very good possibility BGS would not be winning the grand finals. But again, what a performance he had here. We're going to wrap up our stream now. It's been a late day. Before we do that, though, one last announcement. ATS Season 4 and all of your Season 3, the playoffs starting next weekend on Friday the 15th. But of course, not the 15th. That's Thursday, I believe. It is Friday the 15th. I'm correct. Man, I'm really losing track of time.
No, give yourself more credit.
Again, Friday the 15th, starting the wild card, and then it is Again, the 15th, 16th, and 17th, and the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. This stream will be covering all that action. But of course, ATS Season 4, I know a lot of you are waiting for it. ATS Season 4 starts February 3rd, and the sign-ups open December 30th. So, we're going to be bringing in the new year with a new ATS season. You guys, if you are, if you want to compete in that, compete for some money, and maybe compete for some pride, you'll want to join ATS Season 4. Join the ATS Discord as well. Show up on social media, ATS_RL as well for next season. ATS Season 4 starting February 3rd. And again, a big, fun series to go to. Again, holiday breaks, but I know all of you will be excited to see that. But CplMonkeyshines, again, it's been an incredible tournament, an incredible night to have you join us. Before we send off, do you have any things you want to say? Any shoutouts, any final messages?
Yeah, I just want to say, hey, again, congratulations, BJ. Congratulations to every single individual that participated in this. Again, Queue Up Mana, absolutely absurd run. You guys should be super, super proud of yourselves, incredibly impressed with what y'all did. Definitely will remember this team. And I want to thank everybody again involved, production, all the casters, everybody in chat, everybody who's watched. It's been an amazing event. Again, I also want to thank Team Evo for providing the prize pool that we've had for these fine players. It has been a treat, my guy. I'm so privileged to have been involved, and thanks to everybody who has afforded me this opportunity. I hope you guys sleep well. I certainly will.
Yeah, me too. It was a long night, an exciting night, and I have to go back to life. That's the sad thing. I have to go back to my normal life here. But don't worry, we're not going to be gone for too long here out of ATS. Thank you all so much for joining in. Shoutouts to our sponsor and Team Evo. Shoutouts to all of you who showed up today. Thank you all so much for joining us. Again, join us next Friday, the 15th, 7 p.m. Eastern, for the ATS wildcard. Thank you all so much. Have an amazing rest of your evening from us to you, from the ATS staff to the rest of the world. Thank you all so much for joining the Ascent Tournament Series Paradise Cup 2, sponsored by Team Evo. Have an amazing rest of your nights. Take care. We'll be seeing you guys in less than a week.